because it freaks her out.
It freaks out. Okay. Our guy has never really cared about it, but I understand that a lot of dogs do not like it. Justin, what is your go-to, my man, for, I know you're a barbecue nightmare, but if you had to have something tomorrow, what are you having?
Yeah, like I said, a good steak would be nice if that's what's on the grill, some chicken. Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Bring a couple pizzas to a barbecue. People might love that.
Nope. Wow.
And some Finnish long drink. Check it out.
Yes.
Definitely go on the long drink, but the pizza at the barbecue, oh, man. Boy, you are a buzzkill at these things. I may be taking Jell-O shots with Christine whenever I see you at a barbecue next.
Well, maybe if I'm ever invited to a Kansas City barbecue, I'll try some other things out.
Well, listen, you come to Kansas City, you go to a barbecue, and you show up with pizza, first off, you won't be eating much there. You'll eat your own pizza that you show up with. How about that?
All right. Sounds good to me.
Oh, well, you guys have a great holiday. Thank you for all your help on the fill-in. And with that, we're wrapped up on a July 3rd show, The Guy Benson Show. I'm Pete Mundo filling in. Have a great Independence Day.
Well, don't forget, I don't know if you know this because Guy keeps laughing at me. I'm on fake Ozempic right now.
How are you producing the show like this?
Oh, because I am the producer. I mean, nothing would stop me.
Here's a life-saving stat for you. Did you know that 80% of strokes are preventable? So how can you manage your heart health at home, on summer vacation, or between doctor's visits? Well, you can do so with the most advanced personal EKG on the market, KardioMobile 6L, the world's first FDA-cleared 6-lead personal EKG. It can detect up to 6 of the most common arrhythmias, including AFib, which is a leading cause of stroke. It gives you 6 times the data of any smartwatch, and it comes, of course, at a fraction of the cost of one. Now, you might think it would be hard to use or it's complicated. No, it's really simple. It records right to your phone anytime, anywhere. My dad has one. He uses it. It's easy. To make it even easier, right now, KardioMobile 6L is 10% off. Just go to Kardia.com, that's Kardia.com, or Amazon, and use the code 106L-BENSON. That's the number 106L-BENSON to get 10% off your KardioMobile 6L today. Sponsored by AliveCor.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
KTTH Seattle 97.3 KIRO FM HD3 Tacoma Seattle K233BU Seattle and K233DT.
He says it will be a celebration. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Trump now aboard Air Force One as he heads to a rally in Des Moines, Iowa, hours after the House passage of his tax cut and spending package. He says it's the biggest bill of its kind.
Biggest tax cut in history, great for security, great on the southern border.
The president said he will sign the measure at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Ahead of the House vote, Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries gave an impassioned speech warning of what Democrats say are the dangers of the bill.
Medicare could be cut by more than $500 billion, and these earned benefits of the American people could be jeopardized.
The president and other Republicans say Medicaid will not be impacted, and they're focused on what they call wasteful spending. President Trump says his administration would start sending letters to countries probably tomorrow to identify the tariff rates they would face on imports to the U.S. Marines based in North Carolina will be heading to Florida to support ICE enforcement efforts.
The approximately 200 Marines from Air Station New River in North Carolina will be working with Immigration and Customs Enforcement to to help manage locations and handle logistics in Florida. This was part of a Homeland Security request in May for as many as 700 troops, active, reserve, and National Guard, that was approved by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. The new river troops are the first from the U.S. Northern Command, which is responsible for North America, Alaska, the Bahamas, and their waterways. While they will support ICE efforts, these troops will not be allowed to engage directly with detainees or their capture.
Fox's Gernal Scott. Wall Street, a shorter day of trading. The Dow added 344. The NASDAQ gained 207. America's listening to Fox News.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
You're listening to the best of the Jason Rantz Show.
Oh, Jesus. The yellow light! I'm walking here!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. We're here on AM 770 KTTH. We are streaming on the KTTH smartphone app. Anna Navarro on The View says something stupid, so it's Wednesday. Plus, Richard Sherman has been charged with the DUI, or around his DUI arrest. We'll get into that. But first, some significant news for kids and families all around the country. That's what's trending, brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
What's trending? Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court came out with a very significant and very meaningful decision today. And they said, in a case out of Tennessee, that they were going to inject sanity into an issue that's been hijacked by gender extremists who are willing and seemingly eager to experiment on the bodies of children. It was a 6-3 decision. The Supreme Court upheld the law banning puberty blockers and hormone treatments for kids who identify as trans or whose parents identify them as trans or whose doctors identify them as trans. Now, what was notable in all of this is that this is not about surgeries. That was not challenged in front of the Supreme Court. Why? Because even the gender extremists knew that if they were to put that in front of the Supreme Court, it would immediately get rejected. They were thinking, well, maybe because these are puberty blockers and pills we can get around. No, they couldn't. So what does this mean? This means that states, including Washington, can restrict dangerous, irreversible medical procedures and medications that change a child's bodies in ways many times they come to regret. This is a win for kids. This is a win for common sense. This is a win for every single parent who's been bullied by a woke culture that treats gender confusion like some trendy accessory to post about on Instagram. This is a win, as Judge Andrew Napolitano said on Newsmax, for states' rights.
It's also a win for the right of the states to legislate for the health, safety, welfare, and morality of the people in those states by requiring certain procedures be followed and prohibiting the administration of certain procedures on minors. This is, of course, a very, very significant ruling because it will affect the law, as you said, in 23 other states. But it upholds the power of the states to legislate for the welfare of children, and it upholds the power of the states to regulate the medical profession. There's no, according to the majority, and it's a very well-reasoned and long opinion, there's no federal constitutional implication here.
Yeah, it's like 90 pages long. I spent a good portion of the day going through it. Now, what does this mean in Washington State? Kind of just heard it from Judge Napolitano. Assuming there were a law to be written here or anywhere in this country that is identical or substantively identical to the Tennessee law, well, guess what happens? It's constitutional. This is not something that just impacts Tennessee. Now, if you make dramatic changes, it will get challenged again, and it eventually will go back to the Supreme Court, or a court will finally just say, hey, dummies, get out of here. We know exactly where the Supreme Court stands. Now, I obviously believe that Washington should respond by rejecting this push to forever alter a child's body or any kind of long-lasting impact on a child. We should obviously reject that. We should lead with compassion of kids who identify as trans, but also treat the underlying issue. I will not be holding my breath. I did see the tweet by Ferguson a few hours ago, essentially saying, we're very disappointed in this and we will not let it stand. Come here. Get your healthy breasts chopped off. Didn't quite say it in those ways, but it's kind of what the intent is. I mean, Pramila Jayapal, the congresswoman, she held a press conference today at like 11:45, and we got an announcement saying she's got the families of trans kids with her. So they got nice little props in the background.
This is a ruling that is putting a cruel and politically motivated policy over the lives of people.
Except, of course, that's not true. It's her position that does what she just said. Now, it might be a sincerely held belief of hers that we should be altering the bodies of children because they identify as trans. I don't actually dismiss that might be her feelings. Doesn't mean she's right. Doesn't mean she's right at all. Now, writing for the majority, Chief Justice John Roberts said the law doesn't discriminate. It doesn't target boys or girls. It doesn't erase transgender people. All it says is that if you're under the age of 18, you don't get to make permanent medical decisions based on the feelings of yourself at the time, because it often changes. What did you want to do when you grew up, when you were a young kid? I want to be a cop. I want to be an astronaut. I want to be an artist, whatever it is. How often did people, now when I was a kid, I said, I want to be a conservative talk show host yelling about liberal woke agenda. But other than that, most people change. You change your mind on a whim. And at a time where you've got some 8-year-old being purposefully confused about their gender, what do you think is going to happen? So this judgment is obviously the correct one. And it's not oppression. It's not oppressive. It's called being responsible. And yet here in Washington State, what do our Democratic lawmakers choose to do? Keep going down a path that's both reckless and frankly grotesque. A minor here in the state cannot get a tattoo legally or go to a tanning booth legally or even purchase cold medicine legally without a parent and without being over 18. You want to smoke or vape? Can you do that as a 13-year-old?
No.
Huh. But what about that same kid who you just said, no, you can't smoke, you can't vape, you can't use a tanning booth, you can't get a tattoo, even if it says love mom. You can't get the cold medicine that you have to give your ID to because it has the ephedrine or whatever that stuff is in. Okay, what if that kid said, I would like to chop off my breasts and identify as Tom? Can she do that?
And yeah,
that's a problem, right? And not only do they allow it, they present it as if it's some sort of right, and it's a civil right. If you were to get in the way, they're going to fight you for it. You can run away from home in Washington State. You can run away to a state-funded shelter You can get so-called gender-affirming care without parental consent, without even the parents being told where their kid is, but we're supposed to pretend that that's totally legitimate and totally normal and totally compliant with the general position that a 13-year-old is too young to get a tattoo. How does that work? That don't really make sense. Here's more from Napolitano.
When the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was written in 1964, the word sex really meant gender. There were only two recognizable genders. There are only...
Just real quickly, there's still only two recognizable genders.
Two genders today, in the opinion of a lot of us. However, people...
No, hold on. It's not an opinion. I get what he's saying. It's not opinion. There are two genders.
He's being a little too nice.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't even know if it's him being nice as much as I think he's trying to just deliver just
neutral, like sober analysis.
Down the middle analysis generally. Here's what one side says. Fair enough. And again, he's obviously doing it in good faith. There's only two genders. There's only two. And no, you can't cheat and say, I don't have one. You do.
Do things to their bodies that allows them to hold themselves out as being transgendered. In response to that, the Supreme Court reinterpreted the word sex to mean all things sexual. So the challengers said, if the Civil Rights Act of 64 prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex, why are you discriminating on this basis for us? The Supreme Court said this is not a discrimination on the basis of sex. It's a regulation for the health, safety, welfare, and morality of children, well within the authority of the states.
But I recall when Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson claimed that banning trans surgeries was pretty much like banning interracial marriage.
As I read the statute here, the case here, the court starts off by saying that Virginia is now one of 16 states which prohibit and punish marriages on the basis of racial classifications. And when you look at the structure of that law, it looks in terms of, you can't do something that is inconsistent with your own characteristics. It's sort of the same things.
It's not the same thing. It wasn't the same thing. She's one of the, I'll pull a Napolitano and be nice about this and down the middle. She's one of the dumber justices on the Supreme Court. Wait, no, that doesn't sound like Napolitano would have said that. Some people say there are smart folks and stupid folks, and some might suggest that Ketanji Brown is on the one side.
Differently advantaged.
And I remember this. I listened to the entirety of this oral argument, or arguments, I guess, back a few months ago when they did it. And it's so fascinating, and you can tell where they're going to side almost 9 cases out of 10. You know exactly how everyone's going to rule based on their questions. And I always wait for Justice Alito, to get his chance to ask a question. He was talking with, at the time, the U.S. Solicitor General Elizabeth Prelogar about these ridiculous claims that trans surgeries are medically beneficial and necessary.
A question about the state of medical evidence at the present time. In your petition, you made a sweeping statement, which I will quote. Overwhelming evidence establishes that the appropriate gender-affirming treatment with puberty blockers and hormones directly and substantially improves the physical, psychological well-being of transgender adolescents with gender dysphoria. That was in November 2023. Now, even before then, the Swedish National Board of Health and Welfare wrote the following. They currently assess, quote, that the risks of puberty blockers and gender-affirming treatment are likely to outweigh the expected benefits of these treatments, which is directly contrary to the sweeping statement in your petition. After the filing of your petition, of course, we saw the release of the Cass report in the United Kingdom, which found a complete lack of high-quality evidence showing that the benefits of the treatments in question here outweigh the risks. And so I wonder if you would like to stand by the statement that you made in your petition, or if you think it would now be appropriate to modify that and withdraw the statement that there is overwhelming evidence establishing that these treatments have benefits that greatly outweigh the risks and the dangers.
Now, he did this a lot cleaner than I would, but essentially he's saying, so everything you just said is not backed up by any facts whatsoever, dum-dum. Would you like to take this as an opportunity to correct the record so we don't look at you in just complete disbelief that you would put this down in writing?
I, of course, acknowledge, Justice Alito, that there is a lot of debate happening here and abroad about the proper model of delivery of this care and exactly when adolescents should receive it and how to identify the adolescents for whom it would be helpful.
And as you can tell, she's the one who said, Mr. Morsink, you forgot to give us homework over the 3-day weekend. Were you supposed to give it? Mr. Morsink, you said you were going to give us, you forgot before the bell's about to ring. You forgot. You said there was like an essay that was 12 pages long that would take over the entirety of our 3-day week. Ms. Morsink. Paul Morsink was my English teacher. I liked him. I wasn't that person, though. I mean, she doesn't really even answer the question. Doesn't even answer the question. And of course, if you are in the minority on this, as you had the 3 liberal justices, they look at this and it reads, the dissent from Sotomayor reads like it came from a TikTok activist video. It's just not very good. And she claims in her piece that this court, quote, abandons transgender children and their families to political whims. No, again, literally the opposite of what it is she claims. Her position is the one that is so fundamentally flawed and based on a political whim of all of a sudden Democrats said, oh, yes, you should alter a child to change their body because right now it politically benefits our side as we show how deeply entrenched in identity politics we are. We want to make sure that this demographic of voters who have a lot of money to give to us end up saying, oh, yeah, they're on our side as I shave the trachea of my son. We're talking about 15-year-olds who will never experience sexual maturity because of the liberals who think that this is okay. We're talking about 16-year-olds who get double mastectomies so that they can have an identity that they might change when they're 20 years old. Does that not worry people? Like even a little bit? To at least to the point by saying, why don't we wait until they're 18 years old? And again, we're now living in a slightly more honest world. I'm old enough to remember like 6 weeks ago when we were told no kids were getting any surgeries whatsoever. Remember that? Remember that lie that we were told when we were talking about how children were getting either full-on gender reassignment to the extent that you can with a child, or they were starting the process and getting, oh, that doesn't happen anywhere ever. Kind of like when they said there's no third-term abortions.
Yeah.
Right? It just never happens. But all of a sudden, they're like, okay, it does happen, and we want to make sure it continues. But you just said it wasn't happening. They're just lying. The risks associated with all of this are enormous. There's long-term data that's lacking to show that any of this is safe. And yet we have a lot of medium-term data that shows it's not safe. You have an entire country, a Western country, saying, yeah, we're going to ban puberty blockers. This is not good. And they're not good for kids. Studies have consistently shown that there are problems with so-called gender-affirming care. You had, I forget her name. She was quoted in the New York Times, a left-wing researcher who acknowledged, oh, yeah, I've got a lot of data that actually goes against what the left has been saying, but I don't want to print it because then people will see that what the left has been saying is a lie on gender-affirming care. We have the UW, which I caught in an exclusive story, how they misinterpreted intentionally, some misleading, data to make their case. It's just a lie. And so now we go down to the Whoopi Goldberg argument.
This is a party that says we believe in parents' rights. You're telling me that as a parent, I'm not smart enough to decide if my child and I need to have gender affirming, or doctors are not involved. What is going on? So I can't decide what my kid reads. I can't decide for my child what my child says is going on. You're telling me your beliefs, and they keep saying it, and I keep saying, what Bible are you reading? Yeah. Because God was really clear.
Oh, dear God. God was really clear? First of all, does she believe in God, number one? Number two, and I sincerely doubt. Number two, what part of the Bible is she reading? This is not my area of expertise as a Jew. My understanding and true understanding and knowledge of the Bible has a little bit of an endpoint. We stop at some point on the Bible stuff because it's no longer within my Judaism. But is there maybe it's in the New Testament where they say you should allow parents the ability to change the gender of their son or daughter? Is that in the New Testament? Because some of the stuff in the New Testament people have been critical of.
I miss Jesus saying that one, but
was it one of his apostles? Did Mary say this?
I don't think so.
Isn't there a book of Mary? It was John first, but then it identifies as Mary. Was that not in the? Oh, was that not?
Well, that's why it's confusing.
It's very confusing. What is she talking about? And by the way, we all acknowledge that, parental rights is important. It doesn't give you carte blanche to do anything. And it's such a disingenuous argument. Again, Washington State, you don't need parental consent. Do you think Whoopi Goldberg believes that the Washington State law is wrong? What about parental rights? What about parental rights? In Washington, you don't have rights as parents to the extent that you have in, say, Tennessee. Well, you know what? A parent decides that they're going to get a face tattoo on their 7-year-old. Should that be appropriate? I mean, do we not want any laws at all? What about states' rights? Does that not count? Why is this not a states' rights issue? It's just unbelievable. These people are so dumb. Hey, kids, what do you think about the ruling? Yeah. You know why they're so excited? Because they're the ones who get impacted the most. Hey, we're not going to shove puberty blockers down your throat or chop off your healthy body parts. They like it. What do you think about the Bible apparently teaching parents that they can alter your gender? This is why younger people are going away from religion. Why didn't you tell me this about the Bible? I didn't know this.
I'm either I'm wrong or I missed that one.
Well, you like to present yourself as someone who's uber religious. Maybe you're just
I'm a fraud.
You're not just a fraud, but you're virtue signaling to my conservative audience. You don't need to do that. It's okay to be honest. You're a godless heathen. Because if you weren't, you would all be like, hey, pull out the scalpels. Strap a kid down. Let's get to work. Let's turn Tommy into Susie.
Tammy.
I was going to do that, but I feel like that one's too obvious, right?
Isn't that the point, though, to make it like as close as possible?
Yeah, but I don't like to do that. That's what other people do. If you want that, you want the kind of garbage that's scripted out, go listen to morning radio. Not here, though. Armstrong and Getty are great. 1-800-465-8770 for your text. The Sunset Auto family proudly supports conservative talk radio and wants you to know that every new vehicle from Sunset comes with oil changes for life. That's up to 5 oil changes a year, saving you thousands of dollars over the lifetime of your car. So when you're ready for your next car or truck, visit our friends at the Sunset Auto family. When we come back, speaking of bad faith, Mayor Bruce Harrell is pretending that it was just bad actors who caused some violence, but we're not going to call it violence in downtown Seattle. And we should really focus on them. Focus on the good stuff that makes my political career a little bit easier to stomach. We're going to get into that and so much more when we come back on The Jason Rantz Show.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, owner of Warrior Injury Law. We helped Ann, who broke her leg in a trip and fall accident.
I'm just grateful. I wasn't just a name. I was a person.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters. Tune in this weekend when we'll talk with local business owners about everything in and around your home. Join us on Saturdays from 2 to 3 right here on AM 770 KTTH or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
Hi, it's John Curley. You know, I've been a patient of Longevity Medical Clinic since 2009, and Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. You know what's amazing, Doctor? The feelings that you have after just a couple of months. You sleep better. Your strength and vitality, it is evident that it works. It's really a mindset, though, Dr. Mixon, because a lot of people, well, this is what's supposed to happen.
Let us help you be stronger, faster, leaner, smarter, sexier, but most important, happier. I'm less impressed by how many years I might live, but how much I live during my years. You know, the option is here. Nobody's going to make you go to longevity. But the opportunity is there, and all you have to do is take advantage of it. I don't know why anybody would not want to do what we do.
And that's where Longevity Medical Clinic comes in. So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
An official message from Medicare.
I turned 65 this year. I knew it was time to figure out Medicare, and I had questions, like when to enroll and how to enroll. So I went straight to the official source, Medicare.gov, to get the facts about Medicare. I found answers to all my questions, and I'm ready to get started. And so can you. Just go to Medicare.gov to get the real facts about Medicare.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Give your liver the support it needs with Active Liver. Go to NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
You're listening to the best of the Jason Rantz Show.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. Protesters thought because Bob Ferguson has an office in downtown Seattle, that's where he hangs out. So they went there to kind of rally to demand that he intervene in the case of a Vietnamese migrant / murderer who had just been deported to Africa, where he doesn't have any prior connection. But Bob Ferguson, while he has an office in downtown Seattle, is based out of Olympia, like all governors. Now, I don't know, maybe they didn't know that. They were trying to avoid the, hour-long drive, or they were just too lazy and not all that committed and they didn't want to do the drive, but they wanted to do something. Now, God bless King 5 for framing it this way. They don't point out either in the headline or in the lead that the dude spent 20 years in prison for first-degree murder in addition to second-degree assault. They waited for that detail.
Is that bad?
Yeah. Usually the higher the degree, or I guess the lower the degree of number, that's the worse it is. But they say he was detained by ICE agents in March after he was released from state prison in eastern Washington. And now his family is mad that he's been deported, and they take the position. This guy's name is Tuan Fan or Fan. I'm sorry, I might be mispronouncing it. But his wife said, he's not a murderer. This was self-defense.
In an effort to protect himself, he fired a gun, which resulted in the death of someone. He's been remorseful for it ever since. He's repented for it ever since. He's living in a shipping container in shackles. He is waiting for the court process to play out.
But he's not doing it here. He's actually in Djibouti in East Africa. Now, they say he and 7 other formerly incarcerated individuals, felons, were placed on a flight bound for South Sudan by the federal government, but it was diverted to East Africa. And this is all happening at the time where the Supreme Court just last week, they put out a ruling that says, yeah, the federal government can deport migrants to countries other than their country of origin. They overturned that earlier judge's ruling because, well, that's usually what's going to happen over the course, frankly, of the next probably 4 years. A lower court judge makes one decision based on politics, then it gets to the Supreme Court, and they say, yeah, no, we're going to actually follow the law and the Constitution. We're reversing course. So obviously the wife, Nock, I believe her name is, she is not happy with that decision.
They will give this regime, right, this fascist regime, basically the right to deport people without due process to anywhere in the world.
Again, he had due process. He literally went to jail for murder, and he's in this country illegally. That's your due process right there. Now, I get why someone might not want to be deported to a country that they're not from. I guess I get that. Do I really care that a murderer is suffering the indignities of waking up in Djibouti? No.
Hey, man, it was in self-defense.
Yeah, it was in self-defense. How dare you, fascist regime? Yeah, that's going to win people over.
So it's not just about my husband. It's going to be about the thousands and thousands of people that's going to be affected by this.
Millions even. Nay, billions. So now he finds himself in a position where he's got the group of protesters, family members, and their allies demanding that Governor Bob Ferguson give him a pardon because they think the pardon is going to get the Trump administration to be all like, oh, well, if you pardon him, we'll send him back. You know that the pardon won't have anything to do with this, right? Do they not know that?
They probably, I don't know.
He's already been deported. You do know that just because they pardon someone, that doesn't mean the federal government says, well, he is here illegally, but he was pardoned. So no, they don't really care, nor should they care. And it kind of feels like even Bob Ferguson's office kind of knows that this is kind of silly and maybe isn't a great look to go ahead and pardon a man who spent 20 years in jail for murder. Because they put out a statement saying our office met with the family and we let them know that we have a clemency and pardons board. They're the ones that review the requests for pardons, and it's a very thorough process. So y'all have to go there first. So they basically got shoved aside because in fairness, I don't think the governor has to wait for the pardons and clemency. That's usually how it is. I don't know if they have to wait for that, but he's just dismissing these people, which he should. That's actually the right move. Because not only is it futile, again, I don't think I said this. Did I say he's a murderer?
Oh, yeah, you did.
Okay, sorry, I forgot. Seems like a key detail. Devin Knowles, speaking to King 5, public defender with the Washington Appellate Project, is worried about the man's well-being.
We are concerned, given the status in South Sudan, that he would be tortured and killed in prison there and that there would be no way to ensure his safety.
Well, I mean, I don't mean to be that. Well, no, I do mean. I mean to be that dismissive. I honestly don't care. Now, is that a bad thing? I don't know. Maybe.
You definitely have worse qualities than that, so that's the least of your problem.
But be honest, do you care?
No.
Why? Because he's a murderer who's in this country illegally, or was.
Yeah.
I don't care where they send him.
I don't view it as some grave injustice.
Yeah, I'm just
kind of had it coming.
This whole idea, like the fascist regime is going after this innocent man who's a murderer. I mean, self-defense or something. Again, I know this was 20 years ago, but back 20 years ago, 2005-ish, or 2004 when the trial was, even back then it wasn't really easy to get people sent to jail in Washington State. So there's a pretty high bar. But bottom line, you're in this country illegally, or you were, and now you're not, and that's called mission accomplished. And not in the kind of George Bush mission accomplished way. I mean, this is mission accomplished. Pardon him. That's not how it works. And maybe it would be a smarter legal maneuver if he was still in the United States, or at least in Washington and not in custody of federal ICE agents. It just doesn't feel like they're going to reverse course. You know, at the same time, speaking of which, we have Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He is racking up the miles for his favorite. Do you get mileage? No, not if they get deported again and it's just a private federal.
Yeah,
right?
I don't think that counts.
I mean, maybe it's Delta.
It's kind of like Saver Fare where you don't get the miles.
Yeah, well, that sucks for him because he's about to get deported again. They're now having the conversation about what comes next after they remove him from custody in Tennessee. A magistrate judge earlier said you can no longer hold him, even though he's been credibly accused of human trafficking. We're like, is that really that big of a deal? That's not that serious. Human trafficking, it's whatever. And yeah, just release him. So the federal government said, okay, you release him. We're just going to take him into custody immediately, and then we're going to deport him. And that appears to be what's going to happen. Opposite problem than our murderous friend from Washington. In this case, he would be deported to a country he's not originally from. Or will he get back to the country he's originally from? Do we know how that's going to work yet? Can they send him back to El Salvador? Wasn't he just there?
I mean, he seemed fine.
Get him. How many prisoners get margaritas with senators?
I was going to say he was kind of living it up.
They have a hearing on July 7th, but it seems like it's just a figure of, well, where are we going to send him? They say at issue is whether the judge had the jurisdiction to order Kilmar Abrego Garcia's return to Maryland. Abrego Garcia's attorneys want the judge to order the government to return their client to Maryland and to bar ICE from deporting him while his criminal case in Tennessee proceeds. So think about that. We don't want you to keep him in Tennessee. We want you to send him back to Maryland. And we want ICE to not be able to deport the guy who's in this country illegally. I don't think a judge can do that. And if the judge says, okay, you can get him back to Maryland, then they'll just pick him up in Maryland. Right? So now at least if they get rid of him in Tennessee, they can say on the left, Maryland father, Tennessee tourist, was picked up by the fascist ICE regime, kidnapped, agents with masks on. You don't even know they're from ICE, even though their uniforms say ICE and law enforcement and whatnot. But you don't really, it could be a costume. You can't tell because you can't see their faces. Just in the dead of night, at like 3 p.m. on a Tuesday, they kidnapped him. 3 p.m. on a Tuesday. It doesn't seem like dead of night.
How do they decide which country he goes to? Do they spin a wheel? Whatever he lands on.
I think it's which government is willing to say, come on over, I'll take some of them. And I feel like, for tourism, you know how many U.S. senators and members of the House that will travel over to the country that houses him? That alone, the Democratic Party could be, boosting the economy, the hotel industry for a city in a country you might not ever have even heard of.
Well, I was going to say they probably wanted to be like a destination. Like, could you send him to like Italy or something so we can go visit him? But then
it's like, can we do Cancun even? Does that not work? Where can we do it? I mean, I don't want to go to France. I've been to France before. I've been to Italy. I haven't been to. Can we do Lisbon? I heard they have great weed and fentanyl.
Send him to Fiji.
Oh, that would be fun. They should send him. They really should send him somewhere that no one wants to visit. Or if they do have to visit, if it's Van Hollen again, just really make him suffer. It's like, yeah, we're sending him to Antarctica. Do they have a prison? The Antarctica itself is a prison. Send him there. Poor Chris Van Hollen's going, oh, God. I should not have stuck myself to this dude. Oh, that was a mistake. Now I got to go. You know how long that flight is? And there's no direct flight. How many connecting flights does he even have to get on in order to get to Antarctica?
Are there commercial flights there? I don't even
There's got to be
probably
one.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a daily flight. Where could they send him? It can't be a place that has really great weather right now. Because you want the senators and members. You want Maxine Dexter, the congresswoman from Portland, who will go visit to really suffer. No, nothing. Nothing.
I don't know, like like the Congo or something.
Can we send them to Russia? That could be no. Send them to Ukraine. They're already going to Ukraine anyway. Well, no, that would help the Democrats then.
Yeah. So you got to be careful about what you pick.
Yeah, it's not easy. I thought it would be much easier to figure out, but it really isn't. How about this? We'll let people decide. And then the answer, based on the text we get, I'll give it to the Trump administration because I do have several ins. Is that good? That's a good idea?
Yeah, it's almost like a game show. Text in.
Yeah. Where should we send Kilmar Abrego Garcia? One could argue there are parts of Maryland that is kind of punishment enough. He's
like, don't send me. Yeah, he's like, no, I don't want to go back to Baltimore.
No, Baltimore. I'm going to get killed there. So, never mind. Send me back to El Salvador. I'm safer in that prison. 1-800-465-8770 if you want to send me a text. Tell us where we should send him, and the answer will get sent. I'm going to send it directly to Tom Homan. I will text him at the top of the hour. The one country. Give me country, don't give me city. City's going to be too hard to compile. So just give me a country, and we'll because Tom is all like, hey, man, I'm down with a country when I get to decide the city, but you're now taking away all my choices here. That's not cool. So just give me the country. 1-800-465-8770. Already, by the way, Iran is the number one text coming in. That is a good one. Every Thursday, we post a video update brought to you by your tax expert, Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. It's on our social media channels. This time taking you through, suddenly woke athletes are willing to accept the definition of a woman? Huh? Check out the video, facebook.com/Jason Rantz Show. That's what you're listening to. We'll be right back.
Seattle home prices, well, they just keep going up, and you might be ready to take advantage. If you're getting ready to sell or just moved into a new home, now is the time to get a thorough inspection of your crawl space and attic. And don't do it yourself. You don't want to be crawling around in there. You probably don't even really know what to look for. It's Mike Salk here, and Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to, so you can know if there's anything going on in your crawl space or attic without having to crawl into and evaluate those spaces on your own. A free inspection will let you know if your home is energy efficient and if the air you're breathing is clean and safe. Plus, there are some really great utility rebates available right now to help you with the cost of the new insulation if it's needed. How nice would it be to get someone else to cover that cost? Had them out to my house, and it was a great idea. Did that free corner-to-corner inspection, found some issues. They took the pictures, showed them to me, and then solved the problem. No issues since. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
Breaking.
Trump
will not have let Iran get a nuclear weapon. Biden said that, but would have let them get a nuclear weapon.
Exclusive. The people of the left, including the media, don't understand the damage they're doing to their own influence.
Local news.
What happens in Seattle doesn't stay in Seattle. The bad policy spread.
Like the AM 770 KTTH Facebook page for it all.
Text the keyword Facebook to 1-800-465-8770 and we'll send you all the accounts to follow.
This is AM 770 KTTH.
This is June, whose problem was arthritis in her knees.
Even simple things like drying my hair in the morning, I have to lean against the counter.
So June decided to look into stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD. And why Dr. Wagner?
I have a good friend. He went to Dr. Wagner and he had stem cell in his knee and he did really well with it. So we did my left knee first and I couldn't believe the ease of it. And my staff couldn't even believe it. They
Really?
saw a difference in my walking the next week.
Really? What about that?
So yeah, that was pretty amazing. Now I've had 2 staff members who have watched me and they decided to go to Dr. Wagner.
So what would you say is the best thing that stem cell therapy has given back to you?
I don't have grandchildren yet, so my other goal is that I will be able to be down on the ground with these grandchildren when they come.
I just hope those kids are ready. So whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee before choosing surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz talking with Phil Mitchell, owner of Sunset Auto Family. Phil, now is the perfect time to buy a new vehicle and a perfect time to trade in a used vehicle. So what's your inventory like?
You know what? Our inventory is great right now. We've got over 1,000 vehicles, new and used, that don't have any effect on the tariffs at all. You can come in. We've got a huge selection of both new and used. And your trade's worth a lot more right now. So now's the perfect time.
So if you're in the market, if you've been dipping your toes just thinking about it, now's just a really good time.
Now's a great time. And if you aren't in the market, just come down for a warranty health check and we'll just make sure you're all taken care of. And
yeah, it's peace of mind.
Absolutely. Peace of mind is very important. Come on down and get a free warranty health check, and we'll even give you a free appraisal on your vehicle and show you what that's worth, and we'll write you a check, and you can spend that money with us or anybody else you want.
Go get that free warranty health check at Sunset Ford, Chevrolet, Kia, and Sunset Trucks, where you get oil changes for life and warranty protection for life. Remember, it's not what you pay, it's what you get. You just get more at Sunset.
And people do like that.
I lost my 19-year-old son, Johnny, to suicide after he became psychotic from using marijuana, vapes, and dabs. He experienced cannabis-induced psychosis and thought the mob and the FBI were after him. Dabs are products with concentrated, high-potency THC, the chemical in marijuana that gives users the high feeling. One hit on a dab pen today is the same as smoking 50 old-fashioned joints back in the day. Use of THC before the age of 25 causes changes in brain development, a loss of IQ points, and lower motivation. Studies show THC increases the risk of anxiety, depression, and schizophrenia in developing brains. I lost my child, but it's not too late for yours. Educate your teen on the harms of marijuana.
A public service message from the nonprofit Johnny's Ambassadors. Learn the risks and get the facts at johnnysambassadors.org.
Most people out here think that taking care of one another is important. And most people would step up for a neighbor going through a tough time. Most people around here help out friends and family when they need it. But the funny thing is, most of us won't look for help when we need it. Talk to someone if you're struggling with mental health, because most people out here really care. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
You're listening to the best of the Jason Rantz Show. Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. Got some really good suggestions on where to send Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Definitely got some Iran. I got an Ethiopia. I've got one that says send them. They're kind of cheating here. Pakistan, Syria, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the Philippines, and I don't know this one, or why Japan. Why would we send them to Japan? Are they known for having really terrifying jails? Japan? I don't like that idea. All the other ones are, not Saudi Arabia. We're not going to send them there either. I'm just going to say Iran. Should I just tell that to Tom?
Not bad.
Yeah, I'm just going to send Iran. I'm just going to pretend everyone said Iran. We got quite a few that said Iran, so I feel like I'm at least being honest. Before we get back to the news,
Can I point out I found my new 4th favorite Instagram channel and really theme of videos. So on Instagram, which from an algorithm perspective knows me the best, like they serve me content and ads that I'm actually legitimately interested in. And the majority of the things I view on my Instagram account are, it's evolving a little bit because now I've gotten down the rabbit hole of AI generated like skits, and they're all racist or sexist and they're hysterical. I send you every once in a while some of them. You should see the ones I sent to like Jake from our sister station because we're good friends, so I'm just constantly sending him stuff. But all my videos are of adorable, cute puppies or dogs. I will look up any kind of, Angel Reese missing her shot videos. I get a lot about political stories which someone gets dunked on. And now I'm getting interested in and getting hit with videos on people, almost all of them men, who are either balding or near like really bad. They're almost completely bald, but they have like one patch of hair on the top of it. It's just really bad. And so they get toupees glued onto their head and then it gets styled. And
I've seen those, yeah.
These toupees are not what they once were. Dear God, these are really high quality. You cannot tell.
Yeah, it's like a whole production.
It's really remarkable how you cannot tell that they are toupees. And so they get their head shaved, and then they put this special kind of adhesive on the skin, and then they roll the toupee. And I'd be really concerned just about that. Like, is it crooked? Like, they're very good, though, on these videos. And then they get it styled, and they look like completely new people. And not that I want to go down that road of getting a toupee ever because of the amount of pills I put into my body to keep my hair, finasteride, since I was 22, 21, something like that, just so I don't lose my hair because my dad was bald. My younger brother is basically bald. I should send him. No, it's probably offensive if I send him the video, right?
Like, what are you trying to say?
Well, I think it's clear what it's not like he doesn't know he's balding or bald, but I'm looking at these videos. It's really impressive. It's really impressive. Not quite as impressive as, curing baldness. And to a degree, we kind of have cured baldness, not stopping the baldness completely, but addressing baldness. The only bad thing about it is they say you have to go in every month and a half to get it redone, like to get a new toupee. And I started to think about what that could mean for someone who, let's say, is single. And, part of the reason why they were single is women didn't want a bald boyfriend kind of thing. And so you get this new hair. They give you a little adhesive in case the toupee starts to weaken after a month. But let's say you go in and you don't tell the person that you're balding. You're going to have to put up with that lie. Every month and a half, you're going to be like, where are you going?
Are you cheating on me?
Why do you smell like adhesive? Are you sleeping with an adhesive manufacturer? What's going on? And what if you want a new hairstyle that requires you to take on a different level of like hair coarseness, etc.? Like, you can't really explain that if you're with someone. You'd have to just be stuck with the same style of hair the whole time. You can't really reinvent yourself.
Unless you just come clean from the get-go. And
who's going to do that?
I know.
What dummy would be honest about something like that? Isn't the whole point is not to be honest? Right? I mean, let's say it's hard for you to answer this as a guy because a woman who's bald, you're not dating. You can acknowledge that.
No, yeah.
Yeah, this is a reality. But a woman who is attracted to a man with quote unquote hair and says yes to the date, and then, the date goes really, really well. Maybe they go out on a few dates and she's really interested. Like, at what point do you acknowledge that it's a date based on a lie? There's no right answer.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if all these men who are doing it are not, in fact, single. right? That they're doing this more for themselves than for their wife or girlfriend, who obviously already love them, despite the bald-headedness or the weird, kind of hair patch in the front. That's the thing I don't understand. I think people can get away with like baldness or thinning hair on the back of the head than that. What do they call it? Like the crown, but is there a saying for this one little?
Well, it's like your hairline, right?
But it's not even a hairline. I don't think it counts as a hairline.
Yeah, and it's almost like you're like a unicorn. It's just
yes, it's so bad. It's awful. But you're kind of in a tough spot because what do? You have to leave it alone. You can't just shave that portion or you'll look like a monk. And you can't just leave it there either because it looks really weird. So you'd have to just shave your whole head. And while shaved heads weirdly do work for a lot of people, even when you don't, like Mike Lee, you wouldn't think that works for him. It kind of works for him. So what are you supposed to do? I didn't mean to take up the whole segment talking about bald men, but it's a fear of mine. I don't want to go bald. I don't know what I could do about that.
Well, you seem like you're pretty well situated. I mean,
I better be. All the finasterides in my system right now, every day I've been taking that 1 milligram pill for for 5 years, since I was 21. That's when I started taking it. You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Mitch here, owner of Leathers, Washington's most eclectic home furnishings resource. At Leathers, we still believe that facts matter. Fact, Leathers has for 26 years offered some of the finest furnishings in the Northwest. Fact, Leathers offers the finest in-house design service. And fact, Leathers guarantees its prices anywhere. In a world filled with misinformation, we say facts still matter. So hurry into Leathers in Issaquah and see the simple fact that you will love our furniture, our service, and our passion.
4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients. Join us at Life in Color, a brunch auction and fashion show on August 17th at the Columbia Collective in Woodinville for an unforgettable afternoon celebrating 25 years of hope and support. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 17th at nwhopeandhealing.org. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, owner of Warrior Injury Law. We helped Ed, who suffered a neck injury in a highway pileup.
They've went above and beyond. I would definitely choose these guys again any time of the week.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
I think my biggest challenge was getting through to him to understand that love is real and you have goals in mind, you have things that want to happen, and I want to help you get there.
Sometimes people tend to shy away from wanting to adopt teenagers because they feel like they've lost so much, but there's still so much to gain.
Just knowing that there's just that other person that cares and loves me out there, it feels great. And they've done so much for me, and I can only be appreciative every single day for just having them in my life.
I think it's been the best decision because I gained a son, and he's the best son ever. If I was down and out, he'd be there.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO-FM, HD3 Tacoma, Seattle, K233BU Seattle, and K233DT Eastlake.
Over the finish
Finish Line. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News.
I want to congratulate the Speaker and Tom Emmer and Steve Scalise and everybody else. I mean, they worked so hard.
President Trump on his way to a rally in Des Moines, Iowa, after the House passed his tax cut and spending package, congratulating Speaker Mike Johnson and other top House Republicans for breaking the logjam.
Johnson says new investments in the military and border enforcement will make the country stronger and safer while bringing savings to American families. The vote came after top House Democrat Hakeem Jeffries delivered the longest floor speech in history, railing against the measure for nearly 9 hours and warning of tax cuts benefiting the wealthy and Medicaid cuts that threaten to kick millions off the program.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi issued a statement reading in part, "Today is a dark and harrowing time for America's children, seniors, veterans, working families, and the most vulnerable in our nation." The detention center, built at an unused airport in the Florida Everglades, is now receiving the first groups of illegal immigrants.
The first group of detained migrants is now said to be residing at what is being called Alligator Alcatraz, a holding facility built by the state of Florida at the site of a training airfield in the middle of the Everglades. The facility has the capacity to house thousands of detainees and is planned to operate as a facility for housing, processing, and eventually deporting captured criminal aliens. Law enforcement around the state of Florida is working under agreements with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement to apprehend and hold migrants discovered to be in the country illegally.
Fox's Evan Brown in Miami. A Honduran mother and her 2 young children who filed a lawsuit challenging the Trump administration's policy on immigrant arrests at courthouses have been released from detention in Texas. America is listening to Fox News.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
You're listening to the best of the Jason Rantz Show.
Coach! The yellow light! I'm walking here!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. We're here live on AM 770 KTTH. We are streaming live on the KTTH smartphone app. One Democrat mayor is asking gang members to fight against ICE. You cannot make this up. But first, the city of Seattle made their move to ban an algorithm that could help set rent, pretending that this is somehow going to bring rent prices down. It will not. That's what's trending, brought to you by the Northwest Safe Company.
What's trending in Seattle?
Now, the Seattle City Council just advanced an ordinance that would ban algorithmic rent fixing, which means you've got landlords using software tools that look at the market, that look at internal rent that gets reported, and based on that, it sets rent at a rate. Now, this is misleading in that the King 5 report on this, and in fairness to them, it's based on claims being made by the Seattle City Council, is that the rent is set at the quote-unquote highest possible rate. That's a little bit simplistic and a little bit misleading. The highest possible rate is whatever they decide is the highest possible rate. The algorithm can look at everything and say, well, based on the rental conditions, you can get away with charging $3,000 a month. They could still say we're going to charge $3,100 a month. There were lots of folks who made the claim that because of the software, it's giving an unfair advantage to landlords and property management companies, that it is essentially price fixing, which is what the Attorney General from Survivor, Nick Brown, said.
Every step of their pricing method favors setting rents at the very top of the market, artificially pushing that ceiling higher. It's price fixing, it's illegal, and it hurts Washingtonians.
Now, what he's claiming, if it was true, is like the price fixing part, that's illegal. There's been no case that suggests what's happening is in fact illegal. There's not been a judgment that claims some of the software that's being used is doing this illegally. What it is doing, and the main software that we're talking about is something called RealPage, which I imagine is going to sue over this ordinance, because beyond just not allowing the landlords to use this software and other softwares like it, they ban the software companies from pitching their product in the city of Seattle. This is going to lead to a lawsuit. I have no idea what the law ultimately will, or whether or not the law will be upheld or not. They didn't cover this on Ally McBeal or The Practice, so it's not my expertise.
What about The View?
Well, The View is not a legal show, so I don't go to them for, TV's dumbest lawyer, Sunny Hostin, does not know the law, so I don't go to her for any kind of legal analysis. What the software does, to be clear, is look at data and gauges what the market is. That's it. And it makes it easy for landlords to do the research to get to a point, but understand, just getting rid of software, number one, will not mean that the landlords are not going to look at the market prices and determine what they think the market cap should be when it comes to rent. And what will ultimately happen is that they will overprice now an apartment. So let's say you went through the RealPage software and it said for a 2-bedroom in Seattle, you can get away with charging, $3,700 in what, insert the neighborhood. Let's say that's what it was. They're doing that based on all of the other pricing of comp apartments. But without that data that's so clearly outlined, one of two things is going to happen. The landlord's just going to ask around and find out the prices, or go on websites to find out the prices, or make a more generalized guess, and it'd probably be a combination of those two things. And instead of $3,700, they might say $3,900, because they don't have a software data point that they can point to and feel more confident. You will always see landlords erring on the side of more rent rather than less rent. As it turns out, it's very expensive and cumbersome to be a landlord in not just Seattle, but Washington State. It's very difficult to make a living here. And again, we're talking, for the most part, when we say landlords, we're talking about small business owners. We're not talking about these massive property management companies, which clearly exist and do use software like this. But they're going to say $3,900 instead of $3,700. One of two things will happen then as a result. Number one, someone will begrudgingly pay $3,900, which would cost them $200 more than they otherwise would have paid. Or number two, the property will be on the market. No one will get it $3,900 because it's just too much. You're still looking for an apartment, but you're unwilling to pay the $3,900. And then 2 months goes by, the apartment's still empty, so the landlord drops it to $3,800. Still no bite because it's still overpriced for the region. It stays on the market again for another month. So then you've got an apartment complex that's not being filled for 3 months, which hurts the economy and obviously hurts people who are looking for apartments. And then finally it gets dropped down to $3,700, which you would have paid, but now you already found a different apartment for $3,750. So now you're even still spending $50 more a month than you otherwise would. This is not what they claim it to be, which is precisely why they're going to pass it fully. That's going to be signed by the mayor and be implemented. And then we'll pretend that our prices go down as a result when they won't. It's just going to go up. It's just going to go up. I'd rather have an algorithm figure it out rather than landlords doing their own guessing, because a lot of what they do now already is guessing. Remember, you have more than a month of notice on what the price of your apartment's going to be once your lease renewal is up. They're going to jack it up by X amount, but they're going to look at it 3 months in advance, 6 months in advance, guessing what the market's going to be. They have no idea at that point. They have no idea. So you're just taking out any hard data that they could be using to come up with reasonable prices. And again, I know that the thinking is from the council, oh, well, because they're not going to have the highest number that they can price, they'll end up going with the lowest number. But no, they're going to go higher than the highest number. That's how this works. It's just so absurd. And for them to even enforce this, it can't be enforced at the local level. This would be enforced by the Attorney General, which is why, as Rob Saka, the council member, pointed out, this is all really about educating landlords not to use the software.
Ultimately, it's about education. And we endeavor to educate how we can help folks become in compliance with this rather than being punitive.
Okay. So then why have a law? Just ask nicely. Send a note. They're going to still do something like this anyway. The idea that you're going to fully, truly be able to get rid of these algorithms is nonsense. Just put into ChatGPT. Just say, hey, ChatGPT, go to all the comp apartments. Here are all the websites. Takes you 10 minutes maybe to find all the apartment websites in your community. Or you go to any of the other rental sites out there that like, what's that, Rent Cafe, things like that. And just say, hey, go over all of the data of rents from similar apartments that have been posted in the last 3 months. Tell me what is the highest you think I can get away with charging. You can't ban ChatGPT. Well, I'm telling people not to use the algorithms. How are you going to track whether or not an individual landlord uses an algorithm? It just doesn't seem likely. With that said, it's a wonderful idea, and I'm so glad that they're passionate about getting housing costs under control in the city of Seattle after spending decades making it so that it's so much more expensive than it needs to be. And most definitely, this will not add to that. It's a brilliant move. Now you know how I really feel.
Rent prices will always drive me up a wall.
I feel bad for the people who, upon hearing this story, will say to themselves, oh, finally, I'm going to get some relief on rent. It's not going to be as expensive. No, it's going to be more expensive. Every time they get involved in manipulating the marketplace, they screw up and things get worse every single time. And as maddening is there some lawmaker in Tacoma or in Mukilteo or in Spokane who hears what the Seattle City Council is doing. They're saying, ooh, it sounds like a great idea. Let's do it here. And then bam, before you know it, Puyallup's got the same kind of ordinance in place. And now Puyallup ends up getting screwed over, or the renters will. This is not going to do what they claim it is. But hey, it allows them to say, we're doing something. We're doing something about the prices. No, yeah, you're doing something. You're making it worse. Push the button.
What's trending? You can't make this up.
I wish I was making it up, but there is just a witch. An absolute witch by the name Cynthia Gonzalez. She's the vice mayor of a suburb in LA County. It's pretty tiny, called Cudahy. And she posted a video, which according to some outlets, she allegedly posted a video on social media in which in the LA Times says she appeared to call on street gangs to organize in the face of immigration sweeps. No, she didn't allegedly do it, and she doesn't appear to do it. That's exactly what it is she did. She posted a video that is incredibly outrageous.
Not for nothing, but I want to know where all the cholos are at in
Gang
Los
members.
Angeles. 18th Street, Florencia. Where's the leadership at? Because you guys are all about territory, and this is 18th Street, and this is Florencia. You guys tag everything up, claiming hood. And now that your hood's being invaded by the biggest gang there is, there ain't a peep out of you. It's everyone else who's not about the gang life that's out there protesting and speaking up. We're out there like fighting our turf, protecting our people. And like, where you at? Bien calladitos, todos los chulitos. I'm like, dude, they're running amok all up on your streets.
Seems kind of obvious what it is she's calling for here, yeah? Right? I don't know if she's allegedly doing what she's doing there. She's actively doing that, and that's dangerous. She's literally calling for gang members to fight ICE. Maybe some of them don't want to get involved because they're in the country illegally, dummy. And they want to get arrested and then deported. I mean, imagine any public figure saying to themselves, you know what sounds like a great idea? I know I'm just the vice mayor of a city most people haven't heard of, but I think it's a great idea to go on and call for gang members to go ahead and target ICE agents. Yeah, that's going to end well. That'll end well.
On your streets and in your city, and peep, when the big gang guns come in, nothing but like quiet, and we're out here, the regular ones that have never been jumped in, out here calling things out, trying to organize people, trying to do the thing. So don't be trying to claim no block, no nothing if you're not showing up right now.
Yeah, you don't. This isn't your hood. If you're not willing to go after the real Nazis here, which is the ICE agents and the gazpacho. You mean Gestapo? No, the Gestapo. No, what's the cold soup? Oh, no, I meant Gestapo.
Trying to like help out and organize. I don't want to hear a peep out of you once they're gone.
How does someone like this get elected? Seriously. How does someone like this get elected? This can't be the first time she's made a total and utter fool of herself. She just seems like everything she says is going to come out wrong. How does, oh my God.
Trying to claim that this is my block. This was not your block. You weren't even here helping out. So whoever's the leadership over there, just get your members in order.
Members. Yeah, get your members. It's not the Sierra Club, okay? Get your members in order. Oof. Now, according to Fox News, the FBI might be, they say, allegedly investigating her over these comments. I don't know if there's any illegal behavior here, but I don't know. This kind of draws, she's drawing a fine line in what's clearly acceptable versus what is potentially illegal.
Not exactly folks you want to call out either. Like,
it would be ironic if they were so mad they decided to go after her, right? I mean,
exactly. Like, if she's the one just straight disrespecting them, I'm not sure they're going to take that lightly.
The LA Police Protective League, that's the union that represents officers in LA County, they put out a statement calling for her resignation and possible prosecution. What Ms. Gonzalez urged and taunted these specific gangs to do in her social media post puts police officers and other law enforcement professionals at greater risk. Her actions are deplorable and potentially illegal. She should resign, and she should be prosecuted if what she called for broke the law. Now, they point out that the gangs in particular that she mentions are incredibly violent, like incredibly violent. So I think it's pretty clear what it was that she was doing. Now, the Department of Homeland Security called the statements despicable and said, Secretary Noem has been clear. If you assault a federal officer, you will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And of all the administrations, you probably want to take heed of a warning like that. It's this one. It's this one. Whew. Now, the city itself put out a statement saying the comments made by the vice mayor reflect her personal views and do not represent the views or official position of the city of Cudahy. The city will not be providing further comment. That's what you say when you're very heroic in your stance to condemn something awful. It's not cowardly at all. She has not said anything since this story went national and probably international. I've been looking for the last few hours just to see if she's maybe tweeting something else. I haven't seen anything coming from her yet, which is also just incredibly, incredibly cowardly. You're going to put out something like this, you better then back it up with defense or apologize and be like, pick a lane, don't care which one. I kind of want her to just double down just to reiterate what kind of horrible person she is and frankly dangerous person she is, but she hasn't even done that. Let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending on the road?
Well, a new report that came out says about 500,000 drivers in Washington state have expired tabs. About 600,000 Washington drivers are driving illegally, according to Carfax, which looked at data that says precisely or almost 593,000 people are driving with expired tabs. M. Wynn from Carfax is a data analyst, and spoke with Fox 13.
Data scientists analyzed relevant VIN-specific data from across Carfax's sources. We have 165,000 sources. That information comes into our database, and our data scientists are able to then estimate the number of cars with expired registrations per state.
Now, here's something that's interesting. So obviously, if you're driving around with expired tabs, you're opening yourself up to potential tickets. But more broadly, if you're doing this, it means the state is out millions of dollars, right? I mean, there's $43.25 is the base fee for tabs in this state. And that would equate to about $25.6 million in revenues that the state isn't getting at a time when they need it. Now, I'm not going to be all mad that people aren't spending money needlessly on tabs that you shouldn't have to redo that's absolutely ludicrous. But what was shocking to me is Fox 13 gets this data, and so they reach out to the Department of Licensing saying, hey, can you confirm this? What's going on here? What can you tell us? This was the statement that they received in return. It's actually, again, kind of remarkable. We don't know how many vehicles are driving on Washington roads with expired registrations. And that's because there are a variety of reasons people don't renew. No, see, those two statements, those two claims are not mutually exclusive. I know that there are many reasons why someone might not pay their card tab fees, right? I got that. What is that? What do their reasons have to do with you just giving us the basic information on how many? Because you don't know the reasons, you don't track how many? How do you not have this? We simply don't know, and we don't ask why someone doesn't do it. We don't track them down. We only track active registrations. So then really we're at the whim of an officer or a trooper, Washington State Patrol trooper, to pull you over if they notice that you don't have, tabs for the year. Because for the most part, depending on where it is you live, of course, but for the most part, your average police department isn't pulling over for expired tabs. Like you can be driving in SPD territory. They're not pulling you over for that. Tacoma PD not pulling you over for that. They don't have the staff or the interest in that. So maybe the moral of this is more of us should go without paying our tabs.
Sounds like they got other problems to worry about.
They say, according to a Reddit post from a few months ago, some Washingtonians are taking advantage and intentionally not renewing their car tabs. Now, remember, we say the base fee is $42, but that's not really what most people seem to pay because it depends on the kind of car you're driving, et cetera.
Emissions and that sort of thing.
One person said, $400. My last tab renewal was something like $1,200. That's when I decided I'd just rather pay the ticket. I actually kind of understand that. $1,200 versus what's the ticket for this?
I know the people that'll park that way instead of getting like a parking pass or something. Mm-hmm. They'll just be like, well, if I get caught once a month.
Like, what are the chances of them actually giving me that ticket? Yeah. And I get it as an experiment, right? It's kind of the same thing with driving outside of like express toll lanes or any lane where they're taking a photo of your. This is a better example. Even in an express toll lane, taking the express toll lane and doing it without a passenger, like use the HOV lane or something like that. Yeah, you're going to get hit for whatever the fee is for the express toll lane and the HOV lane, but the computer doesn't notice that you have one person in the car instead of 2 or 3 or 4, and you say to yourself, yeah, I'm just going to drive in the HOV lane because I need to get to work on time or I'm late for an appointment, whatever it is, and if I get caught, I mean, it's a 1 in a million chance that I'm going to get caught. It's very low likelihood, and if I get caught once, okay, I'll pay the fine. It will not have been worth it. But if I get away with this for months and months and months at a time, it ends up still being cheaper. So like I kind of get that point. A little less with parking. I guess it depends on where you are, because they're here if you park for 10 seconds longer than you're supposed to, you get a ticket. They're targeting us. They've got the meter maid, driving or whatever parking person who identifies as a parking enforcement officer. They're out there just looking for it. But, it depends on where you are. Maybe you won't get ticketed as much. I'm not going to lie. I don't disagree with this on the car tab piece. I don't disagree with that as at least an interesting experiment. to say the least.
I am unmoved by it. Yeah.
You're unmoved?
It's a pretty convincing argument that.
So you're moved by the argument, not unmoved.
Well,
you like the argument.
I am unmoved by changing my tabs. Like I don't feel motivated to go out and
What was
get
your
re-registered.
cost the last time you had to do it?
Probably around $800.
That's
I would
insane.
say.
That is absolutely insane.
It's a small car, but it's over
not a new car.
It's a decade old now, so
Yeah.
its emissions are bad.
Whatever.
And so I think.
I
don't
can't
really
breathe clean air because of Ian's car. They're all lying. Your car's $800. That's insane. Oh my God. That's insane. 1-800-465-8770 for your text messages. 1-800-465-8770. When we come back, we're going to dive into the big local. The Spokane City Council is about to make city projects more expensive, which means taxpayers are going to be paying for it. We'll tell you what they're up to when we come back on the Jason Rantz Show.
And now here's Growing Your Wealth, presented by Madrona Financial Services. Here's Brian Evans.
I get a lot of questions about required minimum distributions, and a lot of people look at them like they're this terrible thing. Well, they aren't necessarily a terrible thing. And what they are is the IRS needs money, it needs revenue. So a lot of people in their later years don't spend a lot of money, and so they don't really need to take money out of their IRA accounts to live on. But the IRS is saying, well, until you do that, we can't tax you on it. So we're going to require you to take a certain amount out. And to convince you to do that, they have a terrible penalty if you don't. It's 50% of the amount you were supposed to take out, with no exceptions and no extensions on that. If you miss it by a day, 50% penalty. So you want to make sure you get your required minimum distributions in place. Now, what it is at the beginning of the year, after you're age 72, you add up the value of all your qualified accounts, like IRA accounts, and then you multiply it by a certain factor that the IRS has a table for, and that's the amount you have to pull out. You're basically pulling it out of your left pocket, putting it into your right pocket, and as it moves along, the IRS says, oh, I get to tax this while it moves. So that's basically what it is. Now, a lot of older people, it's not a big deal because they were going to take money out of their IRAs anyway to live on. So that's just making people that don't need the money to live on, requiring them to do that to pay some tax. So don't worry too much about it. And it's not like you can get a step up in basis on IRA funds anyway. Someone is going to pay the income tax on that at some point, whether you do during your lifetime or if it's inherited by others, they're going to be required to take that money too, and they're going to have to pay the tax on it someday.
Even the mightiest of trees can be blown over if they don't have strong enough roots. The same is true with your investment plan. Can your plan withstand a financial storm? Go to MadronaFinancial.com and click on the Get Started button to request your Rooted Wealth Analysis. You can also click on the chat button and ask us anything. We have a searchable library with answers to your questions. Visit MadronaFinancial.com.
Mitch here, owner of Leathers, Washington's most eclectic home furnishings resource. At Leathers, we still believe that facts matter. Fact, Leathers has for 26 years offered some of the finest furnishings in the Northwest. Fact, Leathers offers the finest in-house design service. And fact, Leathers guarantees its prices anywhere. In a world filled with misinformation, we say facts still matter. So hurry into Leathers in Issaquah and see the simple fact that you will love our furniture, our service, and our passion.
Is it time to get your home sold? Nick Southard with Upgrade Realty here. Selling hundreds of homes around the Sound for over 25 years has taught me presentation is everything. And with my luxurious marketing, you'll attract tons of buyers, sell fast at top dollar, and net more money. Because Upgrade Realty will save you thousands in fees for only 1% listing commission. To learn more, visit upgraderealty.com. Upgrade your listing for 1%. Upgraderealty.com.
Here's the deal. We gotta set ourselves up. See, retirement is the long game. We gotta make moves and make them early. Set up goals. Don't worry about a setback. Just save up and stack up to reach them. Let's put ourselves in the right position. Pre-game to greater things.
Start building your retirement plan at thisispretirement.org. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Breaking.
Trump
will not have let Iran get a nuclear weapon. Biden said that, but would have let them get a nuclear weapon.
Exclusive. The people of the left, including the media, don't understand the damage they're doing to their own influence.
Local news.
What happens in Seattle doesn't stay in Seattle. The bad policy spread.
Like the AM 770 KTTH Facebook page for it all.
Text the keyword Facebook to 1-800-465-8770 and we'll send you all the accounts to follow.
This is AM 770 KTTH.
An official message from Medicare.
I turned 65 this year. I knew it was time to figure out Medicare, and I had questions, like when to enroll and how to enroll. So I went straight to the official source, Medicare.gov, to get the facts about Medicare. I found answers to all my questions, and I'm ready to get started. And so can you. Just go to Medicare.gov to get the real facts about Medicare.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Seattle Children's Psychiatric Urgent Care Clinic offers same-day, in-person, and video visits for urgent mental and behavioral health concerns that don't need the care of an emergency department. Open daily from noon to 8 p.m., including weekends, the clinic is for Washington State children and teens aged 4 through 17. Learn more or schedule an in-person or virtual visit with a team of pediatric-focused experts at seattlechildrens.org.
You're listening to the best of the Jason Rantz Show.
Olympia, Sammamish, Lakewood, Bellevue.
This is the Big Local on the Jason Rantz Show.
Bellingham, Kirkland, Seatown.
Stories about you, not about Seattle.
Hey, look at that, 4:30 on a weekday afternoon. That means it's time for the Big Local. Brought to you by the Dana Lash Show. The Dana Show, heard weekdays from 9 to noon right here on KTTH. This is the part of the show where we completely ignore the stories coming out of Seattle, and instead we focus all of our attention on the communities you live in and care about most. We start in California via Kent, where a 32-year-old man, Daniel Park, after being charged with conspiring to help the suspected bomber in an attack on a fertility clinic in California, apparently he has died while in federal custody. This according to the Department of Justice. They say in a statement, at approximately 7:30 this morning, Daniel Park was found unresponsive at the Metropolitan Detention Center in L.A. Responding employees initiated life-saving measures. Emergency medical services were requested while life-saving measures continued. He was transported by EMS to a local hospital and subsequently pronounced dead by hospital personnel. Now, there's no word that any employee or any other person incarcerated was injured. They just say he died this morning without giving us very many details. We just don't have the cause. It sounds like what we're talking about here is a suicide, but I obviously I don't know, so we'll keep an eye on this story and find out how it develops. Meanwhile, let's head on out to Island County. There's a King 5 story that the second I saw the headline, I knew was going to be a hit piece against the Trump administration. It's heartless and cruel. Senior reflects on free ride services, uncertain future due to Trump budget cut. They say Island Senior Resources could lose 46% of its annual budget. And our takeaway, of course, is supposed to be that it's the evil Donald Trump who's to blame. They say whenever Randy Weirs pulls up in his old Subaru, Rick Larson knows he's in good hands. Weirs is a volunteer driver for Island Senior Resources, making sure Larson gets to his medical appointments on time. You see, Rick is a cancer patient, and he can't drive. It's really expensive to call a Lyft or get a cab. He's living with his wife who has Parkinson's disease, so she's not able to drive. Their son passed away unexpectedly, so they can't rely on him the way maybe they did in the past. And so now the complaint from King 5 is that Island Senior Resources, which provides the free ride service, might end up being cut. And if that happens, he doesn't know what he's supposed to do.
It's absolutely heartless and cruel.
It's absolutely heartless and cruel. Rick Larson thinks with the amount of wealth that we have in this country, the endless amounts of dollars that grow on trees in places like, honestly, Island County, everyone should be cared for.
The richest nation in the world. And we need to take care of everybody.
Now, in this article from King 5, it talks about how Island Senior Resources serves a little over 10% of the county. About 11,000 people, give or take. And that's a sizable chunk for this organization to care for. And that means, hey, there's going to be a whole lot of people who might not be able to get to medical appointments on time, which if you're battling cancer or battling any disease or just getting older and need to see a doctor, well, your life is on the line. And, of course, then they cut to talking to our friend Randy here, who's one of the drivers, who said he got to take a dying woman on one final adventure to Yellowstone National Park.
She passed a couple of days after we got back. But I knew that she got to do something that was important to her.
Now, this is a guy who clearly cares about the people that he's driving, the people that he's serving. And I think, obviously, this organization does some really important, great work that should be covered by Island County or by the state of Washington. Sorry, I know that maybe seems harsh to our friends over at King 5 that wants to make this into a story about how evil Donald Trump is. This has nothing to do with the federal government. Why is the federal government paying for this? You have 10% of Island County relying on this. That is the epitome of a service that Island County should be paying for, right? This is not, I get why the federal government might come in and pay for things that are maybe very expensive and only a small group of people benefit from, who are like very vulnerable for a variety of reasons. Like, I get that. There is a need that is not necessarily reasonable for a local jurisdiction to cover. 10+% of your county relying on this means the city, the county, the state level should be stepping up in a big way. And while King 5 is bemoaning the potential loss of funds that could, quote unquote, shut this down, they then talk to the executive director of this organization, Island Senior Resources, who's all like, oh, no, we're fine. We're fine. We've got a bunch of reserves that can step up, that we can use so we could step up and protect the service. And a whole bunch of people are donating to our cause. So it's almost like what Jason is saying, that the county should pay for it. Well, it turns out they really are.
We have seen an increase in our donations. We hope that continues. We've seen an increase in the interest of our local businesses to get involved in many ways, whatever way they can, to help us.
So it sounds like what's supposed to happen is actually happening. And what should not have happened, federal government paying for this, is no longer happening. So how is this a bad thing again?
Well, they just want you to hate Trump.
Yeah, they want not only that, but they want you to see federal dollars coming in for something that could help save the county or state something, which means, you know, a taxpayer in Lansing, Michigan, or in Maui, they're putting money into the federal government that then gets put into Island County for something that the person in Maui doesn't benefit from, the person in Lansing doesn't pay for or doesn't benefit from, but someone in Island County does. Tell me what sense that makes.
It doesn't. It should be done at specifically the city and county level. I mean, if it gets to the state, I get that, but definitely don't go to the federal level.
Well, the state makes more sense, obviously, than the federal level. It's one of those issues where, again, I'm not saying that the service isn't worthy of funding. I think it is. I think it's serving a really good function. But this is the kind of media report that drives me nuts. The group itself are out there saying we're fine because the community stepped up. That's what's supposed to happen. So why frame this in a negative way against Donald Trump instead of framing it as a positive in that the community is actually stepping up and doing what it should have been doing from the beginning?
Because they don't want to take that route.
Exactly. They don't like the message there, or it's not as dramatic.
It's not going to get clicks.
I mean, in fairness, I doubt this story got clicks either. Finally, I'm a little late on this one. My apologies. But I feel like most people hadn't heard about this yet. Out in Everett at Cascade High School, Friday of last week was the last day of school. And a lot of students decided to slip out of class early so that they can hold an anti-ICE protest, chanting things like, immigrants are welcome here. No hate, no fear. Except, of course, the illegal immigrants who might otherwise be there were scared that they'd get arrested by ICE, so they were definitely not there, and they definitely had fear. They say a student kept the beat with the drum while another led the chants using a megaphone, according to the Everett Herald. Brianne, one of the young students lining Evergreen Way for this protest, said, quote, we're all students from Cascade High School, and we skipped last period to walk out of our school. On last day of school, we chose to go to the walkout that we organized.
I bet she sounded just like that.
I bet you she did. Another sophomore named Sona, and a freshman named Shane, Everett Herald said, were among those who organized the protest of recent actions by President Donald Trump and his administration, specifically mass deportations. Sona said, originally, we wanted to start a school called Equality, where students come to talk about politics and social issues. We host events like this where we bring awareness to the public about social injustice issues. Doesn't that sound really fun? Sounds like a club I want to be a part of.
Especially if they're talking just like that, I will fully support their movement.
Then Shane was all like, yeah, we realized that something wrong was happening in our country and that we didn't see enough youth standing up for it. So we decided that we could plan something and that we can bring Cascade High School students together to show support for the community, that the youth care, and the youth are educated about what's going on.
I can't tell if that's supposed to be like a skateboard, bro. The dude's just stoned.
It's both, everything. It's all in one. We have probably close to 200 students out here missing class in the last period of the day to show that they care. And they know that what's going on with ICE's policies and actions aren't right. And we've been out here chanting for probably an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, just trying to show the community that we really think what Trump is doing and what ICE is doing is wrong. I'm going to be consistent. I do like it when the youth are engaged in civics in a way that shows some level of interest and or passion. I like that, even when I disagree with their cause. However, I don't like that we just amplify it for the sake of amplifying it, and I don't like the idea that no one challenges any of these kids. And none of these kids ever get challenged. They certainly don't get challenged in the classroom because they're, filled with staff members who agree with them politically. So they're just amplifying the messages that were taught to them by their left-wing teachers. They didn't come to these positions themselves. And I guarantee you, not a single one of these kids is able to hold up in a debate against someone their own age who holds a different view. If you're a conservative in any school, whether it's college, high school, middle school, if you're already conservative at that point, kudos to you. Like our 11-year-old intern, Duncan, who's hardcore conservative.
I haven't seen him in a while. Where's he been at?
He's out today.
He's out?
He said he didn't want to be around you.
I mean, not many people do.
He said when you shave, it scares him.
It scares him too? Oh,
yeah,
I'm so sorry,
everyone's
Duncan.
talking. So if you're a conservative in school, man, you are benefiting because you're constantly surrounded by people with whom view you as the political enemy. And if they know you're a conservative, you're constantly on the spot. If they don't know you're a conservative, you're always hearing the other view, and it's just strengthening your own view. And now you understand how the other side thinks, and you are a more well-rounded student once you get out of school. But if you're a liberal, you end up skipping the last period of your class, going out and screaming about immigration, an issue you don't even understand. And yeah, sure, you're going to get some coverage in the Everett Herald. But the second anyone challenges you, you just break down. You just completely break down because you don't know how to respond. And that's how these kids are being failed. Other than that, I'm grateful that they're super passionate and kudos to them for their love of illegal immigrants or something.
I'm so happy I'm not in school anymore.
Oh, my God, I know. We are, too, because you're like 30 years old. It'd be really weird that you keep hanging out.
Not quite 30, but we're getting there.
You're getting there. Heritage Homecraft has been supporting KTTH for years, so let's support them. Heritage Homecraft, they're the best. They're committed to using products made in the Pacific Northwest and will save you time and money as they update your kitchen into a custom, gorgeous space. Call today. There's still plenty of time to have your kitchen completed before summer. HeritageHomecraft.com. When we come back, you pick the news. Story number 1, Washington diners apparently tip less. Huh? Or J.K. Rowling is hailing a BBC News reporter for, in the moment, rejecting some woke language around pregnant people. Which story should we discuss? 1-800-465-8770. You choose. We discuss when we come back on The Jason Rantz Show.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hi, it's John Curley. Longevity Medical Clinic is your best plan for long-term well-being and personalized health care. Dr. Mixon, let me ask you a question. How long have some of your patients been working with you?
We've got patients now that have been with us for over 20 years that are in their 90s, who came to us in their 60s. The grandparents now in their 90s are living independently. They're not on walkers, they're not on canes, they're not headed for nursing homes.
I meet people and they ask about, wow, you're in great shape, you have 12% body fat and stuff. What's the secret? I said, it's not a secret. Longevity Medical Clinic has been there for 25 years. There is no secret to the fact that if you make those small changes, you avoid the big, bad, horrible stuff that most of us just think, well, this is what's supposed to happen to me.
And if you're heading downhill and you don't change your direction, you're going to continue going downhill. And what we do at Longevity is we redirect you and we take you back up the hill.
So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
Hi, I'm Cade Richardson with Natural Design Landscaping. My dad started this company nearly 30 years ago, and we've kept it in the family ever since, serving our neighbors with pride, not profits. We're not a big corporation, just a team that takes the time to connect with families, understand your vision, and treat your yard like it's our own. From yard maintenance to custom decks and patios, and even water features, we do it all with heart. Mention KTTH and get 10% off your next project. Visit naturaldesignlandscape.com. Let's grow something beautiful together this summer.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Breaking. Trump will not let Iran get a nuclear weapon. Biden said that, but would have let them get a nuclear weapon.
Exclusive. The people of the left, including the media, don't understand the damage they're doing to their own influence. Local news.
What happens in Seattle doesn't stay in Seattle. The bad policy spread.
Like the AM 770 KTTH Facebook page for it all.
Text the keyword Facebook to 1-800-465-8770 and we'll send you all the accounts to follow.
This is AM 770 KTTH.
Mama, what does the chicken say?
Chicken. Oh, okay.
And wolf?
Oh, a wolf. Ooh!
What about the tiny dog? Cat. What does the turkey say? Whale.
No, whale sound.
Do the giraffe.
Giraffe, really? Okay. Giraffe.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right.
Visit NHTSA.gov.
/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
You're listening to the best of the Jason Rantz Show.
You picked the topic on the Jason Rantz Show.
Indeed you do. And thank you for making the right choice. You want to know about tipping. And I will acknowledge that I don't see a problem with Washington diners in particular tipping less than a lot of other states. Because the reality is we don't really have an incentive or reason to tip all that much anymore, at least not in Seattle in particular. But we rank near the bottom when it comes to tipping at full-service restaurants. This according from a restaurant tech firm called Toast. They say over at Axios that nationwide, average tips rose slightly in the last quarter of last year when compared to Q1 of this year, 19.3% to 19.4%. That generally means it held steady. Very, very, very little increase. But Washington diners tip an average of 17.8%. The only state lower than us is by a very small margin. It's California at 17.3%. Now, why might that be? Why do we tip less than the national average and almost the same as California?
Because cost of living here is dramatically insane compared to a lot of other places.
And not just cost of living. Cost of going to a restaurant is insane. And again, in places like Seattle, which undoubtedly had an impact on the average for Washington as a whole, you're paying an arm and a leg to go out to dinner now. Like, it's remarkably expensive. I went last week with a friend to a Brazilian steakhouse, which we had been to before, and this was a while ago. The price, I want to say, was in the 40s to maybe early 50s, something like that per person. It was $72. And can I afford it? Yes. Can my friend afford it? Yes. But we were sitting there like, God, this is expensive.
What about the poor people like me?
Yeah, you're definitely priced out. You're not going anywhere for dinner. Sorry.
It's McDonald's, even they're getting out of the price range too.
Getting out of the price. McDonald's is expensive. We did a story a few months ago about how expensive it is in this country to go to a McDonald's. And that's probably why they're suffering so much, is they sell crap. You're not getting anything new out of it.
It used to be $1 cheeseburger. Now it's like a $5 cheeseburger.
It truly is expensive. But why is it so expensive? It's not just about the inflation that happened under Biden. That clearly played a role, right? But in Seattle, for example, you get rid of the tip credit. You're now paying a server $21 and change. I'm less inclined to tip you a lot if I know you're making $21. Before, when you were making, $13 an hour, whatever it was. Or in some states, they don't have a minimum wage for workers because you get high tips or you rely on tips. If I'm in that state and I know you're getting paid $2 an hour because you rely on tips, I'm tipping you really, really, really well. I'm not doing that anymore. When you go to, this is outside of restaurants, but if you order like from Uber Eats or GoPuff or one of those kinds of services where they deliver you food or whatever, you are in Seattle, you're charged an extra $5 to go specifically toward their wages. I'm not paying you a 15% tip when you now make minimum wage that's higher than what the average person makes around the country as just a general average. Like, I'm not going to do that. I refuse to do that. especially given the fact that everything is so much more expensive. I can't justify it. And, part of me felt bad about it, but now I'm at the point where I don't care because I think they realize it. I have a coffee shop that I go to, love the baristas there who know my order, know me. The second I walk in, they know exactly what I'm going to order, and they start making it before I even get to I really appreciate that. And I give them a tip. I don't give them the tip I normally would. When a cup of coffee, an Americano, is going to land me $5.25 for just 2 shots of espresso in hot water. I'm not what I'm supposed to spend now $7 for a cup of coffee with the tip included? That's absurd. That is absolutely absurd.
It is. I remember going out to dinner with my family back when I was a kid, and for a family of 4 going out to a restaurant, we could get something for maybe $65, $70. Go back to that same restaurant now, it's like $125, $130.
That's insane. And the people who suffer are in some cases, not always, but in some cases, really hard workers who deserve, quote unquote, a higher tip, but only in the context in which we know that they're not getting paid a lot. People tip not merely because they like the service. They tip in a weird way, part of the power dynamic of, hey, you're servicing me. I'm a higher class than you. I will pay you more to make a point about my class status. I don't necessarily like that attitude. I mean, I do, but I'm pretending not to like that attitude so I come off as a normal person. But I think that that's behind some of it. And if the person that's serving you makes pretty much what you're making an hour, you're less likely to tip them high.
Especially if you work in an industry that doesn't get tips either, and then you're going and tipping someone who already makes the same as you.
Which states do you think have the highest tipping at 21%? I'll give you 2 hints I'll give you 1 hint of the 3 states is a forgotten state.
A forgotten state?
Yeah.
It's like Rhode Island?
No, although that is a good guess. Delaware.
That was going to be my second one. I was either going to go that or Vermont.
It's Delaware, West Virginia, and New Hampshire top the list at 21% tips.
Really? I was expecting maybe something like in the South for the Southern hospitality.
I mean, even Oregonians do better than us. They're at 19.1%. Why would we let them be more generous than us? It's just as expensive in Oregon.
We've got to let them win at something.
They're also dumber at math. Maybe they just don't know.
They didn't carry the decimals in the wrong spot.
You're listening to the Jason Ranch on AM 770 KTTH.
Mitch here, owner of Leathers, Washington's most eclectic home furnishings resource. At Leathers, we still believe that facts matter. Fact, Leathers has for 26 years offered some of the finest furnishings in the Northwest. Fact, Leathers offers the finest in-house design service. And fact, Leathers guarantees its prices anywhere. In a world filled with misinformation, we say facts still matter. So hurry into Leathers in Issaquah and see the simple fact that you will love our furniture, our service, and our passion.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on ktth.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions. 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, owner of Warrior Injury Law. We helped Ann, who broke her leg in a trip and fall accident.
I'm just grateful. I wasn't just a name. I was a person.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
The phone's blowing up, but you're in the driver's seat. Ignore the buzz, keep your eyes on the street. No text back, no scroll, just let it wait. Attention on the road, that's the only way. Phone's blowing up, but you're in the driver's seat. Ignore the buzz, keep your eyes on the street. No text back, no scroll, just let it wait.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
KTTH Seattle 97.3 KIRO FM HD3 Tacoma Seattle K233BU Seattle and K233DT Eastlake.
Before the deadline, I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. After several hours of delays and wrangling, the House passed President Trump's tax cut and spending package.
It's the hallmark of President Trump's legislative agenda, stocked with no taxes on tips, money for the military and the border, plus a renewal of the 2017 tax cuts. The GOP could only absorb 3 no's. There were 2. Moderate Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania, he opposed Medicaid changes, and Thomas Massie of Kentucky. Many House Republicans were leery of the Senate bill, especially since the House okayed its version in May. But Republicans wanted to meet President Trump's self-imposed deadline of July 4th.
Fox's Chad Perkam on Capitol Hill. President Trump says there will be a signing ceremony at the White House at 4 p.m. tomorrow and has invited all members of Congress to attend. The bill passed after a nearly 9-hour floor speech by House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
Republicans are trying to take a chainsaw to Social Security, a chainsaw to Medicare, a chainsaw to Medicaid, a chainsaw to the health care of the American people.
The president and other Republicans say Medicaid will not be impacted, and they are focused on what they call wasteful spending. President Trump said to address a crowd in Des Moines, Iowa this hour to kick off a year-long celebration of 250 years of the United States.
Thousands have gathered here to hear President Trump. Will be speaking here to the faithful who have come out to see him. Also, with the passage of the big, beautiful bill, this marks the signature legislation of his second term.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson in Des Moines. Multiple sources confirmed to Fox News that the Saudi defense minister secretly visited the White House today to discuss de-escalation with Iran. America's listening to Fox News.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
You're listening to the best of the Jason Rantz Show.
Coach! The yellow light! I'm walking here!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. We are here live on AM 770 KTTH. We are streaming live on the KTTH smartphone app. That includes video and audio. Seattle federal building workers are pretending that ICE is turning their workplace into a place of terror. But first, speaking of Seattle, we have the latest, greatest attempt from the city of Seattle to tackle fentanyl addicts. Sidewalk murals. Okay. That's what's trending.
What's trending? The mayor's office.
You have fentanyl addicts and the mentally ill continuing to languish and die on our streets. It's particularly bad in downtown Seattle and Belltown, as we've covered on the show for many, many, many years. And despite that, the mayor's office has decided that what downtown Seattle really needs are sidewalk murals. Because nothing says we're tackling the root causes of homelessness quite like ensuring that when a drug addict passes out, at least they're doing so on a vibrant, city-commissioned work of art. Although technically, I guess it's not city-commissioned. The sidewalk murals align with Harrell's rather uninspired downtown activation plan. It's actually, this case, the work of the Downtown Seattle Association, the DSA. They're the ones who paid for this. But I looked at the downtown activation plan from the city, and one of the action items is to, quote, create more murals and other art installations throughout downtown and activate street corners, parks, and transit stations with buskers and other forms of entertainment. Oh, God. Now, a spokesperson, after I published the article, because the Seattle City Council, it's mostly, in fairness, it's mostly the mayor's office, they refused to respond to my request for comment, so I just don't ask them anymore. But they didn't like that I implied, and in fairness, I did imply this, not intentionally, I guess, but I implied that the city of Seattle paid for it when it was actually the Downtown Seattle Association that paid for it. I don't know if that really matters because I didn't really care about the pay. I really just cared about, well, the whole concept of a mural is supposed to clean up our streets. And of course, as I have online at kthh.com or seattlered.com, I've got video and images of fentanyl addicts just kind of doing that weird zombie-like body contorted into all sorts of different shapes that you don't even realize a human can make until you realize they're on fentanyl, just sort of chilling on top of these murals. Now, the logic of this, if you can even call it that, is that if we make the scenery prettier, the human suffering playing out against it is somehow going to seem less tragic. Because we all acknowledge, right, that having a mural up on a sidewalk that's frequented by fentanyl addicts doesn't actually treat the fentanyl addiction, right? Do we all acknowledge that?
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't seem all that controversial. But to make it prettier, I guess, makes it seem less tragic. I don't know. I think it makes it even more tragic. And the reality is, whether it's the mayor's office doing this or the Downtown Seattle Association, the human suffering is just... this is all a continuation of the same tired, ineffective, and lazy approach that we've been seeing for a long time. Bruce Harrell is a master of that performative gesture, a symbolic act that doesn't actually accomplish anything, but it allows him to pat himself on the back to say, look at what we're doing. We strung lights up in downtown Seattle to make it easier to find a vein to inject a needle into. I don't understand. And this is not a parody. This is a strategy. That's the sad part about this. These are all intentional strategies. It's about the beautification of downtown Seattle. I don't know why you think that a mural, which it's a nice mural, I guess. I guess. Again, I've got videos and photos up at seattlered.com. It's pretty, I guess, but you still have the fentanyl addict on top of it. How is that a plan? How is that a plan? How is putting up lights in downtown Seattle like the kind you might find in a backyard for a barbecue? Like, how is that doing anything downtown? You do realize that the fentanyl addicts are still there. The homeless people are still there. We spoke to the manager of a local business in Belltown, which is just like 3 or 4 blocks away from this mural, which is how I even discovered it to begin with. She was on last week talking about all the addicts who are outside of her business and lining the streets of this general neighborhood, some of whom are incredibly violent, who assault staff members, who scare away customers. You mean to tell me that if we just had more murals, they wouldn't be there? You mean to tell me if we had more murals and some nice lights strung around downtown Seattle, all of a sudden the fentanyl addicts will say, you know, my life is headed in the wrong direction. I'm surrounded by all of this beauty. I better go into detox right away. I mean, come on. All of this, the murals, the lights, the pickleball courts that you're pretending actually do something for a community, it's a slap in the face. It's a slap in the face of the people who've been demanding a real plan, which include more police officers, which includes a real commitment to prosecuting the criminals who are making their lives a living hell. We have this stay out of drug area ordinance that was put in place. That's not being used. Not really, not in any meaningful way. There is either a fundamental misunderstanding of how to tackle this issue or a willful ignorance of what's causing this problem. We're not dealing with a crisis of aesthetics. We're dealing with a crisis of addiction, of mental illness, of a complete and utter breakdown of law and order. And painting a mural on a sidewalk is not going to force that fentanyl addict to get treatment that he or she needs. Installing some light fixture is not going to stop a prolific offender from breaking into a business for the 15th time. The solutions, quote unquote, that they're putting in place, that's for a city that's not in crisis. That's for a city that has a luxury of worrying about its appearance. That's not Seattle. That's not Seattle. And the tragic irony in all of this is that we know what works. We know that a compassionate, yes, but firm approach, combining treatment options and law enforcement, we know that makes it clear that criminal behavior will not be tolerated is the only way to make a real difference in downtown Seattle or downtown Tacoma or in Puyallup or Bellingham or Spokane. It doesn't matter. We know what works because there are places that are doing it and showing results. We should be investing in long-term treatment facilities, in mental health care, in a criminal justice system that's allowed to do its job. But instead, what do we get? Murals, mood lighting, and soon, I guess, buskers. You know buskers are annoying, right?
Wait, what's a busker?
Okay, that you don't know what a busker is concerning to me. How do you not know what a busker is? You're not that young that you don't know what a busker is. It's a street performer.
Oh.
It's the annoying people on street corners who perform and have a little hat out there that they put their own dollars in to try to inspire other people to give them a buck.
Oh, yeah, I hate those people.
Yeah, they're all of them. Some of them are talented, but they're still annoying. But that's what this is, a tale of two cities. You get a city that is described by the mayor in press releases that when you read it, like, what city is he the mayor of? What is he talking about? And then we have the reality that anyone can see just by walking downtown. We don't want a more scenic city. Our city is already pretty to begin with. It's what's on top of the beauty that we're dealing with that's bringing it all down. But I guess they don't want to address that. Boy, were they mad when I implied that the mayor's office was the one that commissioned this particular set of murals. They were very upset, although weirdly upset that they wanted the record cleared up, while simultaneously saying, but it does align with our vision. Who owns the sidewalks downtown Seattle? City owns it? City sidewalks, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just throwing that out there. Like, well, we didn't pay for it. No, but you did say go ahead and do it. You can't just create murals on city sidewalks. You embrace this as if this is somehow going to hell. It's not. You know what's not gotten better since they put up the lights?
What?
The fentanyl addiction crisis.
We just need some scented candles now.
Massages would be nice. Although the massages that would be offered in these kinds of neighborhoods probably not the kind that you either want or could legally get. Push the button.
What's trending? Woke madness.
So yesterday there were another set of protests. I guess it was one large protest, but it was different federal employees that are part of the union that did their walkout. And they did their walkout because they don't like that ICE agents have been in their federal office buildings, which is funny because ICE agents are federal employees and they get to be in these offices. But one of the rally speakers named Steph told the crowd that it's on them to make sure voices are heard.
The public has a right to access these buildings safely and these services safely. And we as federal workers have a duty to speak up when the public can no longer do that.
Actually, you have a duty to serve your boss. You know who ultimately is the boss?
Trump.
Yeah. Now, I know they don't like the fact that they work for President Trump, but that's who they work for. You are a federal employee and you work for a president every 4 years. Sometimes it's going to be the same president twice. Sometimes it's a president in name only, and it's really the inner circle around him that's abusing the fact that he doesn't know that he's even president or where he is on any given day. But that's who you work for.
Do you have someone in mind?
No. What are you talking about? I was giving a random example. Have an imagination. That could happen where we have a president who's in such a cognitive decline that he or she is not really even in charge. Now, hopefully we've got, something in place to prevent something like that. The processes to ensure that oversight is being provided so we don't have a shadow government. But God forbid we ever get to that point, Jackson.
I'm not too worried about it.
I'm not either. I think I trust folks.
ICE raids are impacting the ability of federal workers to serve the public.
No, you're serving illegal immigrants. That's not supposed to be the public that you serve. Now, there was one quote from a woman named Caroline who spoke with our sister station, Cairo News Radio, who said, "I've been very disturbed to see my workplace turned into a war zone by ICE." A war zone? I, as a federal employee, serve the public all the time in this building. And a federal building is supposed to be a safe place where the people can come and receive services and be treated with respect. It should not be a place of terror. But ICE has turned my workplace into a place of terror. I think this was the storyline for the new Final Destination film. Because it does take place in Seattle, although they don't call it Seattle specifically. Okay. I don't know how she goes to work each day. And you can tell these people are just completely performing here. This is performance art. If they really felt this way, you know what they wouldn't be doing? Working for the federal government. They could easily get a job at a sanctuary agency in Washington State. I'm willing to bet it's really easy. Now, what are they really upset about? They're upset that there are times in which ICE has to use force to make arrests of illegal immigrants. That's it. But they're pretending. I like this. That woman, Caroline, said she and her coworkers risk getting pepper sprayed as they come to the office and go to work. Employees also reported being shoved by ICE agents. That's not true. Intimidated, harassed, and being followed by agents and stared down, according to the union. Do you think that that's true? Or might there be some context?
Yeah, I don't believe
Are some
that.
of these federal employees trying to protect the illegal immigrants who are criminals who are being targeted?
Yes.
Probably, yeah. No one's workplace should be like that. Certainly not a federal workplace that serves the people. Well, no, again, you should be serving American citizens. And that's about it. You don't like that? She says she fears being detained for trying to do her job. It's terrifying to think that you could be seized at any moment by an ICE agent or anyone that you're trying to help and serve. We're public servants. We take an oath to uphold the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, although I guess I didn't really pay attention to that foreign part until I just said that to you, Cairo News Radio. And we take that very seriously. It doesn't sound like they take it very seriously. Aren't they openly saying that we're trying to serve, enemies who are foreign?
Yes.
Wouldn't you argue that someone in this country illegally who's committing crimes here, beyond being here illegally, is a foreign enemy? Isn't that quite literally what a foreign enemy is?
Yeah.
Okay. She said she's joining union pickets in New York and Chicago, at least in spirit. ICE had no comment when contacted by Cairo News Radio, mostly because what would they have a comment for? These are people who are supposed to be our coworkers, and they're getting in the way of the job that we're trying to do. Every single person, I hope every single person is terminated who is part of that rally, especially the ones who were named. And just in case people missed it, Caroline McConnell is one of them. She shouldn't be employed there. The rally speaker named Steph, she shouldn't be employed there. These are people who are getting in the way of the federal government doing its job. Oh, but they're heroes or something. Push the button.
What's trending in the classroom?
So there's a Spokane teacher whose drama I've been following a little bit. based out of West Valley High School. He's a Spanish teacher who ended up getting terminated, kept out of the classroom, and then having it basically sustained by the West Valley School Board because he used the N-word. But what was the context in which he said the N-word in class? It was about the book To Kill a Mockingbird. Now, he said back in April, and this teacher's name is Matthew Mastronardi. He overheard a group of Spanish students talking about students in his Spanish class. Well, the Spokane Spokesman Review says Spanish students. They weren't Spanish. They were students in Spanish
Sloppy
class.
writing.
I mean, maybe they were Spanish. Who knows? Maybe they were both. But it feels weird and almost cheating if they're Spanish and they're in Spanish class. That's cheating just as much as me being in English class okay. So they were talking about To Kill a Mockingbird. They were assigned to read it in their freshman English class. And they said their English teacher directed them not to read the N-word aloud when they see it in the text. And so as the teacher overheard this, he started to say, wait a minute, no. Don't do that. He thought that this was a good opportunity to teach them.
You believe a word he says, Bill. I said Calpurnia says that's talk. Then, darkly at me, he said, well, are we going to play something or not?
So he read it because the student said, would you read it? And he's like, yeah, sure. So he ends up doing it. Obviously, he gets caught on video and they boot him out of the classroom. He then appeals it. He says, hey, West Valley School Board, you should reinstate me. And they said, no, we're not. So he's now out. He spoke recently to our sister station, Cairo News Radio, saying we shouldn't be censoring this kind of thing.
I expressed my disagreement with having to skip over words, especially words that prevent there's a conversation there. We can confront history, even if it's difficult. And we're supposed to be helping kids learn how to think about the world and how to think critically. And we do them a disservice when we just tell them to skip over the word.
I actually agree with him on this. Board members said, however, that the text didn't belong in the Spanish classroom, absent of the care and guardrails put into teaching the text from the school's English department. They've collectively decided not to use the word aloud when teaching. Why do they have the book then? If they want you to skip over words that, yes, are offensive. Sure. There is context to the word being used. In fact, one might argue that context is the entire purpose of the book To Kill a Mockingbird. Mm-hmm. That's literally the purpose of having the word there. Now, does it make people feel uncomfortable to say it out? Sure. I wouldn't say it out loud in classroom. I think it should be up, I guess, to the student and the teachers, sure. But I think his point was a little bit bigger than what they're claiming it is. Now, was it his, or should it have been seen as his role to get involved in this argument that was, occurring between students or discussion? I guess you can argue that he should not have jumped in. But what is the point of being a teacher if you're not supposed to take a moment for a quote-unquote teachable moment? It's in the word. Teachable moment is literally in the phrase. He doesn't even think any of the students were offended.
I really don't think she meant any harm. I think she was trying to be funny. Because let's be real, none of my students lost any sleep over this. Mm-hmm. Anybody who's pretending that they are super offended, it's just optics. The kids don't care. I hear what type of music they listen to. I hear how they speak out in the hallways. And
I'm glad he brought that up. I'm really glad he brought that up. And the fact of the matter is, you've got a bunch of kids who use the N-word casually, and it's wrong that they do it, but they do it. And it's not like the school suspends those kids, and it's not like they're offended when it happens. Now, did he kind of bring this on himself in a way? Yeah, he did. It's wrong the way the school responded or the district responded, but he did kind of bring this on himself, and now he's suffering the consequences for it. I will say he seems like the kind of person who obviously didn't want to lose his job, but he seems like the person who's willing to lose the job to make a bigger point that I think he believes needs to be made. And I'm with him on that. 1-800-465-8770 for your text. I'd love to hear from you on this. Something most people don't know is that every car dealer in the country pays the exact same price for factory vehicles down to the penny. And so if a dealer offers you a lower price, just realize they might be making up for it somewhere else, like giving you less for your trade-in or charging you a higher interest rate. But at the Sunset Auto family, they focus on what you get, not just what you pay. And you just get more at Sunset. You can find out just how much more you get at sunsetautofamily.com. When we come back, my friend from Fox Business, Dagan McDowell, she stops by. Talk about Jerome Powell refusing to lower the interest rate, but also to focus on something the president has been doing that most people don't realize. Focusing on trade schools and not having you go into crazy amounts of debt getting a college degree. She'll explain when we come back on the Jason Rantz Show.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This is Tyler.
It was a dull, aching, nauseating pain.
The pain in his shoulder had made it impossible for him to pursue his favorite sport.
It hurt even when I was just sitting at my desk.
His favorite sport is ultramarathon rowing.
Just like all those other crazy people that do running or cycling, except we do it for rowing on the water.
Tyler needed a life ring, and so he went to Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, for stem cell therapy. He didn't feel the results immediately, but after a few weeks...
all of a sudden I got up and I go, wait a minute, I'm not complaining about pain compared to other people I've seen going through surgeries. I'm up and walking around and they're still recovering. You're using your own body to regenerate what has been damaged. That's the biggest thing that I think people are missing.
Are you back to ultramarathoning?
There's a lot of good races out there, and I'm definitely back out on the water.
So whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters, a show that covers everything having to do with your home. Tune in every Saturday from 2 to 3 on AM 770 KTTH, where you'll hear from local business owners who are experts in their industries. From foundation to flooring, roofing and windows, furniture, and financial planning, it's everything in and around your home, and we've got you covered on Home Matters. If it matters to you, it matters to us here at Home Matters. Saturdays from 2 to 3, right here on AM 770 KTTH, or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here with Phil Mitchell. He's the owner of Sunset Auto Family. Phil, what I love about what you guys do is that you're not just putting used cars out on the lot the way that you get them. You're actually investing in each and every one of them to make sure it's a top-of-the-line used vehicle.
On an average, we spend about $3,000 reconditioning our cars. The average dealer spends about $700 reconditioning their cars. I don't want my customers to have a bad experience. I want them to get a great vehicle that's going to last and do the things that they want. So I invest up front in that vehicle and make sure it's trouble-free. And that's why I back it with warranty protection for life, because I invested that money. It doesn't feel really good if your car breaks down and you got a $7,000, $8,000 bill, but it does feel pretty good if the dealer takes care of it for you. And that's what we're all about. We want to give you the best protection you can possibly have and the best owner experience you can possibly have.
If you want that experience, go see our friends at Sunset Ford, Chevrolet, Kia, and Sunset Trucks. Oil changes for life, warranty protection for life, and great people to do business with for life. Remember, it's not what you pay, it's what you get. You just get more at Sunset.
And people do like that.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious with better nutrition, too. For them, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
You're listening to the best of the Jason Rantz Show.
The Jason Rantz Show.
Jason, I got to thank you very much indeed for bringing these stories to our attention.
When you tell people they're a target, they'll act like a target. They will either live in fear or they'll act out.
The more you allow, the farther the criminals will go.
And that's why this behavior is allowed to continue.
That's exactly right.
Long form.
John Andrasik, Fight for Fighting, has been unwavering in his calls for terrorist group Hamas to release the hostages. So much so that he has dedicated his hit song Superman, It's Not Easy, to the cause of releasing the hostages.
This is for Alon, all the hostages and their families. May they be home soon.
stand to fly. I'm not that naive. I'm just out to find the better part of me. I'm more than a bird, I'm more than a plane, more than some pretty face beside a train. And it's not easy to be me.
He's got an editorial, an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal this week, and he wrote, I turned to Superman, hoping to remind the world that the hostages are people, not statistics. They're brothers and sisters, sons and daughters, husbands and wives. Music would bring out this shared humanity after the Jewish people experienced their worst trauma since the Holocaust, just like music uplifted an America shattered by 9/11. This time around, however, John has noticed something we've been talking about for a while, which is we don't seem all that united, despite a cause that should be really simple to unite around. And he joins me now. John, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Jason. Thanks for having me.
What was it about this terrorist attack that got you to the point where you said something needs to unite us? Let's turn to music.
Well, I've seen through my career, how music can bridge divides, can provide solace to those who are in need, can provide, frankly, fortitude and clarity. I was kind of, to this day, kind of shocked but also gratified that my song Superman became one of the songs that recognized the heroes of 9/11. Mm-hmm. And I was honored to play at the concert for New York. And as you said, America came together in ways I'd never seen before and haven't seen since. And I thought, I was reached out to by Edith Owell, who is the mother of Alon Owell, a hostage who's been in Gaza over 620 days. And her son Alon's a piano player. And she said, can we do something musically to keep the spotlight on the hostages? And I thought maybe Superman, a new version of Superman, is appropriate, as, of course, for our Jewish friend. I'm not Jewish. In my mind, you don't have to be Jewish to condemn Hamas. You just have to be sane. But I thought Superman would be a good choice to do that. And of course, for our Jewish friends, October 7th is their 9/11. And we did this new version, and Alon's brother sat at the hostage piano in Tel Aviv at Hostage Square and played. And I'm very glad that it is impacted, because we've seen such a horrible disgrace from the music industry, who tell us how, they stand for human rights and women's rights. But their silence on October 7th has been, frankly, disgraceful.
Well, it's not even just silence. I mean, there have been some that have been pretty clear which side they're on.
Yeah, true.
Like when you see that and you see where the industry is going, I mean, what goes through your head?
Well, of course, the first feeling is shame that I'm a part of this industry. And, I see kind of two components of it. Of course, you see the younger acts like Macklemore and some of these bands that have been basically seduced by the oppressor wokeism that many of our younger generation have, the TikTok generation. And of course that makes you angry. But what really infuriates me is that every artist who shared that stage with me in New York City after 9/11, they're my generation. They're in their 50s. They're in their 60s. They're Bono. They're Springsteen. They know better. They know that Hamas, if Hamas isn't evil, nothing is, and they have remained silent. And that harkens back to 1938, when those of influence remained silent before the Holocaust. So that, to me, is something I don't think they'll ever recover from.
Yeah. You mentioned Macklemore. I'm glad you did. Obviously, we're based out of Seattle. And there are a lot of us who saw some of his commentary over the course of the last several months, and really last year, October, I believe it was, where he did this concert. He clearly was making a bad faith effort to discuss this issue. It seems like he was more interested in condemning Israel and Jews. When you hear someone like a Macklemore, who had obviously a very huge career, it's dipped a little bit clearly in the last several years. Do you look at him and say he's trying to stay relevant amongst a base of music lovers? Do you think he's ignorant? How do you view commentary like that that's just so clearly factually inaccurate?
Well, look, I look at these younger kids as, people call them useful idiots. You look at Green Day, and the reality is many of them live in this kind of woke bubble where they don't hear the other side. And that's one reason I really want to do this version of Superman, because music is a way that I wouldn't say forces, but people listen differently, and they sometimes may question what they've been told. So I look at them, Imagine Dragons, right? Another big band just came out the other day waving Palestinian flag. And of course, what is their main issue that they've been, campaigning for years? Gay rights, right? So you have this disconnect between sanity and this kind of fashion to want to join the Free Palestine cause. And of course, you being in Seattle, you see every day that this is, at the end of the day, it's really not about Jewish people. It's about Marxism. It's about anti-Americanism. It's the same people that were, waving Palestinian flags are now waving Iranian flags. So, these kids, like so many on our college campuses, have been indoctrinated. They've been seduced. So I think, for me, some of them are a lost cause, but I think some need to be, frankly, saved because they're in a cult and they don't understand. They think they're doing something virtuous. But as you said, that's a very dangerous issue for America because we are losing our younger generation. And if we don't stand up and recognize that, we're going to be in trouble. And the way you fight that, Jason, it's not with speeches from politicians. It's frankly not with op-eds in the Wall Street Journal. It's with the arts. It's with music. It's with getting to them where they are. So that's the thing I've been preaching to the right, which frankly doesn't understand that very well.
Talking with John Andrasik, Fight for Fighting, although you don't think a Wall Street Journal op-ed can change minds, I do want to read one portion of it because I think it's so powerful, and I really hope people learn a lesson from all of this, and I highly recommend people check it out. You write, Superman isn't political, it's emotional. It's all of us. I can't understand how connecting it to the obvious cause of Israeli hostages unleashed a torrent of hate from people who have never listened to the lyrics, never watched the video, and never cared to understand what this moment is truly about. To them, taking a stand, any stand, means choosing sides in someone else's war, yet the hostages aren't political. This is a basic moral issue. Since you released and dedicated Superman to this cause, you have obviously dealt with the onslaught of abuse, but have things gotten better? Have you seen this song reunite people the way it once did for 9/11?
Well, certainly, I was actually very pleased. It was just kind of coincidence that we released it the same week as Coachella when you had the massive F Israel and that kind of basically statement from the music industry. So there was a counter message. And of course, it has provided, I think, maybe a shot in the arm to Israeli Jewish people of sanity who, have been, felt that they've been abandoned because they have been by the arts. So, yes, I think what people forget, too, sometimes is because the crazies are so loud. Again, you're in Seattle, you live it every day. Is the vast majority of America supports Israel, supports the Jewish people. If you look at the polls, the vast majority of America, wants us to neuter Iran, but you don't hear them. So I think this song, these messages, gives them a little more strength to stand up. Having said that, the unique thing about this release, because I've been doing this for a year and a half now, I've had songs come out, I've gone to Israel, all that stuff. For the first time, I'm seeing a lot of the vitriol from the right, from whatever you call it, the woke right, I don't know whatever you want to call it, but there is this kind of new rising anti-Semitism on the right, which is something I think we cannot ignore. And it is ugly, it is nasty, and it's frankly kind of joining forces in some way with the radical left, which is something, again, those of us who lean to the right cannot sweep under the rug.
Was it challenging to rewrite a portion of such an iconic song?
Not really. The lyric, again, as you said, Superman is kind of about our innate humanity, and at the end of the day, we're human. And the second verse, the original verse was, wish that I could cry, fall upon my knees, find a way to lie about a home I'll never see. And I was actually singing that in the studio when I stopped. I said, we have to change that because, first of all, many hostages have been released. Idon Alexander, American hostage, just came back home yesterday.
Yep.
And so I had to change that to something more hopeful. So we changed it to wish that I could cry, fall upon my knees, find a way to fly to a home I will soon see. Because these hostage families, they are superhuman. I talk to them almost every day, and how they wake up in the morning and fight this fight, I don't know. But their strength, I think, is something we all can be inspired by and take fortitude in. And I believe we all have a role to play. You do it every day on your show. I do it with music, and I think it's important for people to understand no voice is too small. We're literally fighting the war for civilization right now.
Yep.
And it really has nothing to do with the Jews. So I think for me, I'm glad that Superman has kind of found a second life, and I look forward to the day when Alone is released, and I'm sitting at that piano with him playing a duet, and that's what we're praying for every day.
Yeah, no, that would be an amazing moment. How has this changed you as an artist? You obviously know the importance of music and bringing people together. This is not something that's foreign to you, but has all of this just over the course of the last couple of years, in particular, dealing in this issue, has it changed you as an artist?
I think so. I've never been one who kind of like to stand on my soapbox and preach. As a celebrity or a songwriter, like so many do. I frankly find it annoying. Why should you listen to celebrities? And we know the usual suspects. But also, music has always kind of documented the times, and you can kind of see through my career, I certainly love our troops. I write songs about freedom, but I've never taken stands. But really kind of what triggered me was the Afghan withdrawal when we abandoned our allies to the Taliban. And we had our leaders, General Milley and Austin, tell us everything was great. Boy, wasn't that awesome. And I wrote a song called Blood on My Hands that was very critical of the administration. And but it became a voice for our veterans who felt gutted, who felt nobody was speaking for them. So I think that experience kind of reminded me that, there's a reason we write these songs. It's not about fame and fortune. Frankly, sometimes it may actually hurt your career. But music has a way of, I said, doing very unique things. And so I think that song kind of awoken a voice in me and to see how it's kind of made a difference. So again, I take no joy in writing these songs. I hope I never have to write another one. I keep thinking every time that'll be it. But again, I think it also gives, I think, a little license to other artists to kind of feel okay. There's a reason to speak my mind, and whatever comes back at me, at the end of the day, it's just a song, and it's some people on Twitter, being crazy and giving other people maybe a little energy to voice their views.
But I mean, what's interesting, I know the sort of discomfort in getting political or overtly political in music, to your point, it can actually have a really good outcome, and it can inspire others to get more involved. I mean, just any given day, you can pick any political issue or an issue that's become politicized where your music can make a difference. And just in the last 2 decades, I have to imagine going back and listening to, or remembering back to some of the big political issues, you probably could pull a whole lot of issues to make music around.
Of course, but to me, these are, and I understand in our tribal age, everything's political, but to me, these are simple moral issues.
Yeah.
With Afghanistan, you don't abandon your allies you promised to protect to terrorists. With Ukraine, whatever you think of Zelensky, Putin is a bad guy. He's our enemy. He's an evil actor. And of course, with October 7th, as I said, if Hamas isn't evil, nothing is. And the fact is, I'm not asking for people to start waving Israeli flags. I'm just saying, if you truly care about the Palestinians, about Gaza, about children, wouldn't the first thing you say is free the hostages? Because that will bring us much closer to end this war. And so many people who claim to care, including Macklemore, including Green Day, including Rashida Tlaib and AOC and the usual suspects that say they care about these innocents in Gaza, they rarely say that. So that makes you have to ask yourself, do they really care about these folks in Gaza, or is this more something political, something Marxist, something anti-Semitic, and I think it's hard to get a good answer to that from them.
Last question for you, John. Were you always openly, at least conservative leaning in your career? I only learned this about you within the last few years. I'm very familiar with, I'm 42 or 29 I've been 29 for a while. So I'm very familiar with your career. I went to college listening to you. Were you always openly conservative and it didn't really matter up until recently, or was that kept quiet?
No, I mean, again, I'm kind of a Reagan guy. I'm old enough to turn 60. So Reagan has always been my guy, but I've been kind of, like many, I've been fiscally conservative. I've been, conservative on geopolitics, but, socially liberal on some issues. I've never found I've always kind of said I'm a moderate, and I've never really hidden my views. But again, I've never broadcast them, though I think you see it through my music. And I really find, myself, like many, in some issues, kind of independent. And there's certain things, there's many on the right who didn't like and continue to not like my Ukraine song, which is fine. It's America. But I do love America, and I always have. And for some reason, this day and age, that's controversial to say. And I love our troops, and I believe we are the shining light of the world. And I think we're seeing that right now. I think I'm actually very optimistic that we are having the spine again to take action on the world stage and to do big things. And if we do neuter Iran, and the scenario where perhaps Iran is not this leading cause of terror, that is going to have repercussions for generations. When you talk about, China and Russia and everything. So I think we're on the verge. Certainly it's an anxious time, but we're on the verge of wonderful things. And I'm grateful to President Trump for whatever you think of some of his tweets or whatever, having a love for America and the understanding that America should lead our world and should be the major force on these stages, and standing up to, frankly, some of the lemmings in Europe and doing the right thing. And that gives me a lot of energy. And I think you see that in America. I think the one way you can look at it is look at the recruiting for our military, which has been suffering for years. Recruiting is on fire. And I think you see a spirit in America that, in a way, we are back. And that gives me a lot of hope. And you know what? That's a song I do want to write.
Well, I can't wait to hear that one. Nothing you just said, by the way, is controversial on this show or on this station. So I'm grateful that you're so willing to speak your mind in a world in which, unfortunately, musicians speaking their mind usually says the opposite, unfortunately, of everything you just said. We've been talking with Five for Fighting's John Andrasik. Thank you so much for coming on. I really, really appreciate it. And I hope people check out your Wall Street Journal op-ed, but also I hope people listen to Superman, the rededicated version of Superman. It's really powerful stuff. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks, buddy. Love to all my Kraken fans up there.
I love that. You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show. When we come back, we're going to dive into some quick hits right here on KTTH.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hi, it's John Curley. Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. I recently talked with Dr. Mixon about his approach to proactively focusing on prevention. Dr. Mixon, I first met you you in 2009. And I went in there and I told you I wasn't feeling well, couldn't gain any muscle mass, couldn't sleep well. I was stressed out. And you looked at me and you said, yeah, I know what your problem is.
And all we did was we measured your values and we moved your values back to those of a nice, healthy 25-year-old man.
I have taken your blood work to my doctor and he was shocked. He couldn't believe the depth in which you study my blood.
We need to draw a distinction between living a long time and getting old. And that's what longevity is all about, is we are here to do the measurements and help you fix those problems.
So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
Is it time to get your home sold? Nick Southard with Upgrade Realty here. Selling hundreds of homes for over 25 years has taught me presentation is everything. Picture amazing photography, designer staging, and maximum exposure. With my luxurious marketing, you'll sell fast at top dollar and save thousands in fees for just 1% listing commission. To learn more, visit upgraderealty.com. Upgrade your listing for 1%. Upgraderealty.com.
Everyone always asks me, what were your top reasons for choosing Advanced Hair? Well, allow me to share, along with some details on, get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. Okay, first off, Advanced Hair stands by the results, and I'm living proof those results are second to none. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. Secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, creating a concierge quality experience that blew away my expectations. And lastly, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. It is quick, simple, and easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for that special savings opportunity, well, it's here. Advanced Hair's summer savings event will get you the most hair for your dollar. It's their best offer ever. For details, to schedule your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Mitch here, owner of Leathers, Washington's most eclectic home furnishings resource. At Leathers, we still believe that facts matter. Fact, Leathers has for 26 years offered some of the finest furnishings in the Northwest. Fact, Leathers offers the finest in-house design service. And fact, Leathers guarantees its prices anywhere. In a world filled with misinformation, we say facts still matter. So hurry into Leathers in Issaquah and see the simple fact that you will love our furniture, our service, and our passion.
We all know a cancer diagnosis is physically and emotionally draining, but it can also be a financial hardship. That's why Northwest Hope and Healing is here to help. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to be part of Northwest Hope and Healing's mission. We provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. This year, we are proud to celebrate 25 years of Northwest Hope and Healing. Since the year 2000, we have distributed over $2.8 million in direct financial assistance to thousands of local cancer patients. And you can help us make a difference. Mark your calendar for Life in Color, a summer brunch, auction, and fashion show on August 17th at the Columbia Collective in Woodinville. It's an unforgettable afternoon of unwavering hope and inspiration. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 17th. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
You're listening to the best of the Jason Rantz Show.
The Jason Rantz Show.
Jason, it is always great to have you on the program.
Where are they going to move the homeless to?
People who impose these policies that lead to these outcomes, you are partly to blame, but the good news is you can fix this.
Jason, this is kind of the last trend you want to be right about, but it was obvious, it seemed.
The Quick Hit.
So let's talk about our friend Cam Higbee and my close friend Brandy Cruz, both of whom were attacked. They were assaulted while doing their jobs. And outside of Fox News and I think Newsmax, media has pretty much completely ignored it. They're certainly not paying attention to it the way they would if these were liberal journalists and it was MAGA supporters who were out there concussing Cam Higbee as he was concussed by Antifa, or sprayed in the face with wasp killer, which is what happened to Brandy Cruz out in Tukwila. Cam was attacked in downtown Seattle. And I'm certainly grateful for the outlets that have covered this. I know Cam as well as Brandy are as well. And in fairness, locally, Como covered this. Our sister station, Cairo News Radio, covered it. And obviously, KTTH and MyNorthwest.com, we covered it. But outside of that, Fox News pretty much has been the largest. Why was this not covered in CNN? Part of me, as I was on CNN today, I wished that I could steer the conversation into the Antifa issues. But obviously, I was on to talk about Iran and possible U.S. involvement. We obviously heard from the president earlier today on that, so it wasn't really appropriate. I wish I could have brought this up. And as I was doing the interview and I was talking about Iran in the back of my head, I kept thinking to myself, there are people who are watching CNN right now who have not been exposed at all to conservative viewpoints on TV or in print or on their own Blue Sky account because of their unwillingness to hear from the other side. And, talking about Iran is one thing and Israel is one thing. And it's important, of course, and I wanted them all to hear what I had to say and what conservatives believe on this. But in the back of my mind, I was like, man, if only I could talk about Antifa, if only I can talk about transgender issues in a way that, at least on CNN, for example, it's not like they don't have any conservative voices. They have Michael, they have Scott Jennings. They've got some conservatives there, but for the most part, unless you just happen to be watching when they're on, you're not going to get exposed to that thought, to that perspective. MSNBC, you're not getting that perspective at all, like period, zero. So at least CNN, you get a little bit of it. But I was thinking about this particular issue, Antifa, and what happened in Portland a couple nights ago, and what will likely happen tonight or over the weekend in Portland, maybe even here in Seattle. There's, believe it or not, there's another rally this weekend to go after Tesla, the Tesla takedowns. Like, these are events that are happening, riots that sometimes happen, in which folks who watch left-wing media get no exposure to, none. And so I view that as being on us to expose them. And that's what I really, really appreciate about John Andrasik, Fight for Fighting, who, people know who Fight for Fighting is or are. And this is his chance, his opportunity to shine a giant spotlight on what's going on with Israel. And he was able to do it effectively. And it's effective because he keeps getting attacked for it. So kudos to him for stopping by, and kudos to anyone who's willing to help get our cause out there, even if sometimes it leads to them getting attacked like it did with Cam and Brandy. It's happened to me in the past, not recently. It happened to me a few years ago, getting attacked at a rally. I'm just grateful for anyone who's willing to put their careers on the line to get the truth out there. You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. NC 23 while supplies last.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, I'm Cade Richardson with Natural Design Landscaping. My dad started this company nearly 30 years ago, and we've kept it in the family ever since, serving our neighbors with pride, not profits. We're not a big corporation, just a team that takes the time to connect with families, understand your vision, and treat your yard like it's our own. From yard maintenance to custom decks and patios, and even water features, we do it all with heart. Mention KTTH and get 10% off your next project. Visit naturaldesignlandscape.com. Let's grow something beautiful together this summer.
Tired of sitting on your suitcase? 2 words, packing cubes. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Now open and free through summer.
KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO-FM, HD3 Tacoma, Seattle, K233BU Seattle, and K233DT Eastlake.
The victory lap in Iowa. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Trump touting the House passage of his tax cut and spending plan at a rally in Des Moines.
There could be no better birthday present for America than the phenomenal victory we achieved just hours ago when Congress passed the one big, beautiful bill to make America great again.
The president speaking at the Iowa State Fairgrounds.
This bill includes the largest tax cut in American history, the largest spending cut in American history, the largest border security investment in American history.
The president said earlier he would sign the bill in a White House ceremony at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The House passed the measure after a nearly 9-hour speech from Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries.
Republicans are once again, which has been the case, Mr. Speaker, through every step of this journey, tried to jam this bill through the House of Representatives under cover of darkness.
Democrats say the bill will gut Medicare, Medicaid, and other assistance programs. Republicans say their focus is on wasteful spending. The man accused of killing a Minnesota Democratic lawmaker and her husband and trying to kill another lawmaker and his wife has appeared in court.
Vance Belter was in court for a detention and preliminary examination hearing. He waived his right to both. He told the judge he looks forward to the facts of what happened on the 14th coming out to the judge and the public. He did ask for a jail cell where the lights are not always on and a pencil to take notes. Belter's accused of murdering Minnesota House Speaker Emeritus Melissa Hortman and her husband and of injuring lawmaker John Hoffman and his wife inside each of their homes while posing as a police officer.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. America is listening to Fox News.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
I'm Liz Clayman, and this is the Fox Business Report. Stocks ending the shortened trading session higher, with the Nasdaq and S&P 500 rallying to record levels following a strong jobs report for June. U.S. payrolls rose by 147,000 during the month. Economists were expecting 110,000, while the unemployment rate ticked down to 4.1%, also lower than economists' forecasts. Tech stocks were the best performers, with chip-making giant NVIDIA stock closing at record highs, with the AI darling on track to become the most valuable company in market history. Investors continue to snap up its shares after NVIDIA's quarterly earnings report in late May showed that the company continues to thrive despite U.S. restrictions on Chinese use of its chips. The Dow up 344 points, the Nasdaq higher by 208, S&P 500 up 52. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Hillary Barsky, invested in you.
Sponsored by AxeCap Ventures. America, listen up. Gold prices are breaking records. With inflation raging and central banks hoarding, every American should own gold. And like President Trump said, whoever holds the gold makes the rules. AxeCap Ventures owns one of Nevada's largest undeveloped gold deposits and trades for pennies on the dollar. This could be your way to ride the gold boom. AxeCap trades under GARLF on the OTC. Visit axecapventures.ca.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
1 in 4 Americans today are living with a disability. I'm one of them. People with disabilities are extremely talented, resilient problem solvers that have so much to offer. And we've got a trusted ally on our side, an organization we can rely on, Easter Seals. Easter Seals is leading the way to full equity, inclusion, and access to healthcare, employment, and education for people with disabilities, families, and communities. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours.
Learn more and get involved at easterseals.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Happy Independence Day from my team and everyone at KTTH Radio. Right now, a special Fox News July 4th presentation.
From around the world to Washington to your own backyard. If a story impacts you or your wallet, we're on it. Start your day with the Fox News Rundown. Listen and follow now at foxnewsrundown.com or wherever you get your favorite podcasts.
This is a Fox News Audio 4th of July special. Kennedy Saves America. Here's your host, Kennedy.
It is Kennedy Saves the World, and we are also saving your 4th of July. There is no one I know who loves this country more than Emily Compagno. She is the co-host of Outnumber. She also hosts the Fox News Radio True Crime Podcast, which is one of the most popular and incredible shows Fox News offers. Doesn't matter if it's podcast or TV. The stories are compelling. Emily is fully vested in them, and she talks to the victims, the prosecutors, the attorneys, the investigators who are directly involved with these cases that send chills up and down your spine. They make you think, and they give you a completely different vantage point on the criminal justice system in this country. Emily Compagno, welcome back to Kennedy Saves the World.
Thank you so much, Kennedy.
Yeah.
And given this is a live show and our teams are around us, then who we are looking at right now and who's with us in the bar is the reason why the Fox True Crime Podcast is such a roaring success. Jason right there, Catherine right there, John Sylvester. I mean, the reality is that the team behind the podcast, any success that I enjoy is 100% in credit to them.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. Sure, I'm biased, but I got to say, no offense, Max, but the podcast crew is maybe the best in the building.
Absolutely. Hands down.
Max started in radio, and now he's on Jimmy's show. But this is the A-team right here. So as we're looking at 4th of July, you have one of the most active and interesting families of anyone I know. You have to have some insane 4th of July memories from your childhood. What did you guys do? Were you riding horses on the moon? Were you at space camp?
I was at space
Lighting
camp.
aliens on fire.
I was at Space Academy. I was at Space Camp. I was at Aviation Challenge. So all of those take place, by the way, at a certain age in Alabama.
Okay.
Huntsville, Alabama. And
that sounds very cool, very temperate.
Anything but. So, us California girls going out there, hair this big in the humidity, but it was phenomenal. And the beauty, picture like a Disneyland level of detail and investment in getting kids to appreciate and learn about space. And the chemistry was real, the experiments were real, moon rocks and everything, and all the simulators. So we were doing like zero gravity and living in pods and using all the right terminology, and then playing in the woods with like armed forces, like painting ourselves in combat gear for Aviation Challenge, which was the Air Force camp. So those were incredible experiences. And you come out of there, and it was like anyone who had ever seen Top Gun, been inspired, and wanted to be a fighter pilot, like myself, these camps were the gateway, the absolute gateway of really having a taste of what it was like. And the whole time stressing education and hard work and investment. So, it wasn't just for play. It was like, I came out feeling emboldened that, yes, I would be an astronautical engineer, right?
But that's what I love, because you were in Air Force ROTC when you went to University of Washington. So your dad was in the Navy. The book that you just wrote about all of your family and all the branches of the armed forces in every generation, like you were on track to be in the military.
Yes, and the only thing that kept me from signing on the dotted line and being a fighter pilot, or I should say that the
was
main
buzzing the tower.
That's right, Admiral's daughter, was my height. So at the time, guys, you had to be between 5'4" and 6'4".
That is lame.
And people who say
that's heightist,
right?
Yes.
I know. I protested. And at the time, people who asked, well, didn't you know that to begin with? The answer was yes, absolutely. But the eternal optimist and the youngest child that I am in birth order sort of dictated that I was like, well, by the time I get there, it'll be okay. Like, I never took a no for a permanent no. And I think that served me well in general, but it also enabled me to follow the process up until the end. So like we talked about, Space Camp and Aviation Challenge and the Summer Scientific Seminar at USAFA, and I interned at the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory at UC Berkeley in the Astrophysics Department. Again, I peaked in high school, really. But then Air Force ROTC, and it was a targeted scholarship. And I actually, I dropped a math class. And because of the math class, it meant that I was below the full load, and so I lost the scholarship. But to be honest, my parents were relieved. They actually discouraged me from taking money because they said, you know what, we want to protect your reservation to make a decision later once you have full knowledge of what this was like. And I really respect and appreciate that. And I'm grateful that I was in a position that I wasn't beholden to the money at that time. So long story short, I stay with Air Force ROTC. I have 2 years doing it, and then when it takes time to commission, right on that day, I'm like, do the height test. I'm not 5'4".
Wow. How tall were you?
I'm 5'3.5".
Oh, you're that close?
I know, it's so close. I know.
That's so cruel. They wouldn't let you wear platforms?
I mean, I can drive in high heels. But then, here's what's crazy is all those years later, when I was an NFL cheerleader in Iraq and Kuwait visiting the deployed troops, after we had a transport from, I think that was the one from Kuwait to Baghdad, we get off the C-130, and we asked to meet the pilots and say thank you, and out comes from the cockpit a girl who's younger than I am. And keep in mind, this is now, 20 years later, and younger than I am, but shorter than I am. And we're standing there on the Baghdad tarmac, and I'm in my NFL uniform, and she's in her flight suit. And she was flying, and I thought about her parents, and I thought about mine, and I was like, this is totally sliding doors. And I was so proud for her, and so impressed and inspired by her, and also so deeply grateful for the path that I did end up taking, and that God did provide for me that still had us intersect on that same tarmac. But definitely nowadays, you don't have to be, there's not that height requirement. And still, my heart sings and my soul is amongst the stars, but I think you could say I'm pretty happy with my life right now, for sure.
So, when you're at that moment, and I always think it's amazing when you're shown these intersections, because oftentimes, you acknowledge it with a head nod, but the fact that you internalized it and you realize, like, this was a version of yourself that could have been realized, and that you were proud of her and grateful for where you were, just shows you're exactly where you meant to be.
Totally. And you and I have had so many conversations, and you are so deeply inspiring, because there are many people who I think or I should say, I'll phrase it differently. People like you inspire me because of the cognizance of every moment that's happening and the why. You may not know the whys, but the deep appreciation for these incredible moments and opportunities and the glorious world that we live in, knowing that it's not random and that there is a deeper plan and that it's all for your benefit and blessing, and the fact that every interaction can be an opportunity to bless someone further, to learn something, to grow. I mean, that's what makes life so deeply enriching, and you are one of those people that really spearheads living like that for us. From everything from sipping a beautiful wine in that moment and just enjoying it to having an incredible conversation. And that's why you're saving the world, one podcast episode at a time.
One podcast at a time. One trip at a time.
That's right.
We've been to 7 countries so far.
And
we're
everyone
just getting warmed up.
Who's watching, we do this in salute to everyone who have given their lives.
Yes, to
by
the
the
fallen.
way.
So now what are you going to do this 4th of July?
I'll be with Dana, actually, at her house.
Amazing.
In Bayhead. So I think it's going to be a Jersey Shore experience.
You
which is
have
my
to find
first time.
Snooki.
I do.
Yeah.
Snooki, I'm here for you.
All right, on that note, happy 4th of July. Love to your family. Love to your husband. You're the best in the world, and I can't wait for our next adventure.
Me too. It starts in about 30 minutes.
That's absolutely right. It's Kennedy Save the World. It's Langens. It's Emily Compagno.
Kennedy will be back with more.
What do you call charging thousands of dollars for hearing aids? At MD Hearing, we call it outrageous, because hearing should not be a privilege for the rich. It's a basic need everyone deserves. Hi, I'm Dr. Sandra Porps, head of audiology at MD Hearing. If you or a loved one have trouble hearing but don't want to waste thousands for a hearing aid, MD Hearing was created for you by doctors and audiologists. A high-quality, FDA-registered hearing aid for a fraction of the price. No costly doctor visits, no expensive and time-consuming fittings, no bulky, old-fashioned hearing aids that cost thousands. The MD Hearing Neo is just $297 per pair. It's rechargeable and fits discreetly in your ear. Even better, it lets you hear what you've been missing at a savings of more than 90% off the average price of a traditional hearing aid.
Try MD Hearing risk-free for 45 days by calling 800-918-3920. Plus, you'll get free shipping. Call now, 800-918-3920. That's 800-918-3920.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters, a show that covers everything having to do with your home. Tune in every Saturday from 2 to 3 on AM 770 KTTH, where you'll hear from local business owners who are experts in their industries. From foundation to flooring, roofing and windows, furniture, and financial planning, it's everything in and around your home, and we've got you covered on Home Matters. If it matters to you, it matters to us here at Home Matters. Saturdays from 2 to 3, right here on AM 770 KTTH, or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth.
Having some certainty about your plan is definitely going to give you all the advantages.
Chris has the heart of an educator.
A couple of different ways that you can develop a retirement income stream that is infallible, just simply not subject to the risk and loss of the marketplace.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth. Saturdays at 10 a.m. and Sundays at noon on AM 770 KTTH.
The word father means a lot to me. Being that support system for them, and as a man, that's important in a child's life. I think men can be a little stubborn sometimes, where they may want the help, they may not know how to ask. It's hard for a man to speak his emotions. Those tears, they mean something. Arapaho way, tears are water and water is life. And when you shed those tears, that's love. That's real love. Sometimes as dads, I think we're too hard on ourselves. Life can come at you really quick, and it can be really tough at times. But then you put that one foot in front of the other, and you keep doing the right thing. Slowly that voice goes away, Arapaho way, you gotta pray for yourself, as well as for everybody else, but never forget yourself.
Never stop being a dad. That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Do you know a woman who gives her all to the sports and events community? One who encourages diversity and meaningful conversations about growth? Someone who empowers those around her to be the best they can be, or who's working to make the industry better for the next generation? She's a positive role model, a mentor, If so, it's time to celebrate her with the Women in Inspiration Award. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We're looking to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help finding her. Nominations are now open at woiseattle.org. The winner will not only receive the recognition they deserve, but will also receive a cash donation from WISE and their partners for the cause of their choice. Nominations close July 11th, so get yours in today. Let's celebrate women in the world of sports and events. Submit your nominations at woiseattle.org. That's woiseattle.org for the 2025 Women of Inspiration Award. Nominate today at woiseattle.org.
My name is Ariel. When I arrived in the U.S. at 19, I struggled to find job opportunities without my high school diploma. My entire life changed when I took a chance and got my high school diploma at age 22. Everything I have, my education, my career, my marriage, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and my teachers. They were with me every step of the way, helping with my English and math, making sure I push through all the challenges.
Ariel, your success proves that what I'm doing as a teacher has real meaning.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
Education was the key that unlocked all my opportunities.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Here we are at Langan's. I would call it a pub, but it's more like the Taj Mahal of Midtown drinking. Rosanna Scotto joins me, host of Good Day New York on Fox. You see her on The Five. You see her on Outnumbered. She is one of my very favorite broadcasters, and I'm happy to share this beautiful space with you, Rosanna.
First of all, thank you so much. I'm flattered by what you just said. I am one of your biggest fans. Not only do you have such an interesting take on world news, but you're funny as hell.
Oh, Rosanna, stop it.
You have the best sense of humor, and I just love listening to you.
I loved you in Desperately Seeking Susan.
That's Rosanna Arquette.
Oh,
okay.
God, aren't I red-faced?
Okay, so obviously, Kennedy, you're not that funny. But no, if you start calling me Rosanna Dana,
oh yeah,
that's when I know.
Yeah, God rest her soul.
But the song Rosanna is about me.
Is it really?
No.
I was going to say, that'd be
Isn't
amazing.
That great?
Yes.
I know. Friends of mine used to sing that song to me, and where they go, all I want to do in the middle of the night is see your eyes. They would say, all I want to do in the middle of the night is feel your thighs.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was interesting.
It was a different time.
It was a different time.
What is your favorite time in your personal history of New York?
Oh, wow.
What is the time you go back to and you're like, that was the most fun, that was the most complete, I didn't have a care in the world. Everything was my oyster.
So I'm going to say pre-children.
Okay.
The 80s were fabulous. First of all, music was great. Used to go out clubbing. There were times that I would go out so late, go home, take a shower, and go to work.
Wow. And were you
at
Fox at that point?
I was a reporter at Eyewitness News.
No.
It was sick. It was so much fun. I will tell you that, I definitely fizzled out by 12 or 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
You're dead.
You can't maintain that.
No.
But in your 20s, you can run on fumes.
You can run on fumes, and I love music. I love dancing. So the clubs were really big.
What were your favorite clubs to go to then?
Xenon was one of my favorite clubs. I was after Studio 54.
Yeah.
I was not allowed. My parents were like, you cannot go to Studio 54. Yeah. I was underage. So Xenon was one of them. Area downtown was crazy. There were so many great places. Even Regine's, which was a kind of fancy pants place.
Yeah. And how would you get into the fancy pants places? especially like before you and your friends were maybe not quite 21.
Right. In those days, I think 18 was the age.
Really?
Yes. 18.
Wow.
We could drink at 18.
Imagine the trouble.
Yeah, we didn't have to sneak.
A senior in high school could get into.
We did not have to sneak. We actually could get in somewhere at 18.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Those were the good old days.
And what is your favorite way to spend 4th of July?
4th of July with family, around the barbecue. I mean, everything is red, white, and fried that day. And, hot dog is its own food group.
Yeah.
You got to have hot dogs. You got to have hamburgers. And, of course,
That's
fireworks.
what Jimmy Fallon said.
Yeah.
Jimmy Fallon said, 4th of July is not about getting fancy. It's simple in its volume.
And fireworks. There's nothing like blowing up explosives right near the grill. You don't know what's going to happen. I had cousins. They would get all this stuff, and then...
Where would they get their fireworks? Like when you were a kid, when you were growing up, where did they get their fireworks?
I don't know if they drove down to South Carolina to get it, but they might have. They might have, because it was legal there.
Yeah.
But I remember, after a few fireworks, everybody starts to get bored after a few, right? So then, to really get the crowd going, they'd put a whole bunch of stuff in a garbage pail and blow it up. Kennedy, you've never had garbage pail fireworks until you've been to Brooklyn with me. It was something to see.
Yeah, that is my dad. This is so, he's no longer with us. Probably because of this. But he used to ship fireworks via air to my grandmother's house in Indiana. And he would put on like an amateur fireworks display. And he would go to all the Indian reservations in Oregon because they're like, yeah, hell, we can sell whatever we want. You got cash, we're selling.
Right.
And then he would get these giant cakes made in China. And it was like almost, but it was, I can't believe he sent them on a plane.
Wow.
This was the 80s. It was a different time, Rosanna.
Hey, listen, we were smoking in the plane in the 80s.
Yes, I remember. I remember being a kid and everyone smoking in the last 3 rows.
Right, and then they said, oh, no, you can't do it all over the airplane. You have to go in the back of the plane, like it wasn't going to be smoky all over the plane.
Yeah, exactly. And then we all learned about secondhand smoke.
Yes.
And all the way. I know.
Oh, wow.
So who were some New York broadcast and journalism legends that you came across and either you revered them or they were just like pieces of work?
Well, Kennedy, they were pieces of work because they were very serious about their craft. One of them was John Rowland, who I worked with at Channel 5, the 10 o'clock news. He was a wordsmith. And he used to come out of his office and he would yell at the writers if they did not have a conversational and fair, accurate script every night.
Yeah.
But you learned from him. At one point, I was anchoring beside him, and he would get angry with me if I just read somebody's copy. He's like, you need to make it your own. You got to put it in your own words. And I still hear that in my head when I do my broadcasts. And I learned a lot from him.
That's interesting because I interviewed Peggy Noonan a few years ago, and she was talking about she learned how to be a speechwriter because she originally wrote copy for radio. And she said she had to learn how to write for the ear. And that's what made her a good writer on the page.
I have to say, Peggy is one of my favorite writers.
Yes.
And I got a chance to introduce her at a big event for the Cardinal. And her speech brought down the house. She is just an incredible speechwriter. She has, I don't know, we all can learn something from her. Great descriptions of things. And she just puts you in her home. It felt really good.
Well, Rosanna, have a wonderful 4th of July with your
too,
family.
Kennedy.
I think you should revive the tradition of trash can fireworks. I think your family deserves it. Your neighborhood deserves it.
I got to go back to Dyka Heights. Will you come back with me?
I will meet you there.
Fabulous.
All right, Rosanna, God bless you, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you. You too.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month, level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Happy Independence Day from my team and everyone at KTTH Radio. You're listening to a special presentation from Fox News. Back with more after this.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Lowe's knows July 4th savings are worth celebrating. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances and get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Mitch here, owner of Leathers, Washington's most eclectic home furnishings resource. At Leathers, we still believe that facts matter. Fact, Leathers has for 26 years offered some of the finest furnishings in the Northwest. Fact, Leathers offers the finest in-house design service. And fact, Leathers guarantees its prices anywhere. In a world filled with misinformation, we say facts still matter. So hurry into Leathers in Issaquah and see the simple fact that you will love our furniture, our service, and our passion.
Is it time to get your home sold? Nick Southard with Upgrade Realty here. Put my luxurious marketing to work for you and save thousands in fees for only 1% listing commission. Visit upgraderealty.com. Upgraderealty.com.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You say you'd never give in to a meltdown. Never let kids' toys take over the house. And never fill your feed with kid photos. You'd never plan your life around their schedule. Never lick your thumb to clean their face. And you'd never let them leave the house looking like less than their best. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it. Never let them stay up too late. And never let them run wild through the grocery store.
Peanuts on aisle 6 and aisle 3.
So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, no, it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The Senate finally delivered for President Trump.
The so-called Big Beautiful Bill.
Reaction and insight from the conservative voices you trust.
When you tell people what's actually in this, people are in support.
Stay with AM 770 KTTH.
It is Kennedy Saves the World in the flesh at Langan's. And the king of Suede is here. Jimmy Fallon, host of Fox News Saturday nights, Fox Across America. You can listen to it weekdays pretty much everywhere. Jim, so obviously 4th of July is a big week for us and for our families.
Yeah.
Now, because of the Pacific Palisades fire, our house is it's uninhabitable. We cannot have the 4th of July party there this year. So, because it's become such a huge tradition and a highlight of our year, how are you coping?
Well, as you can see from my appearance, I'm still celebrating Pride Month this 4th of July. So I'm a little behind the schedule. The way I see it, I have till about the 7th this year, but it being the 4th of July. The Fallons are going to do what we do, which is drink until our underage son is our designated driver. I can't promise you a specific location.
How happy were you when Lincoln turned 16?
It was a big deal. Not as happy as my neighbors who were sick of Jenny parking on the lawn. They were more behind it than anybody. But no, we're excited. We're so excited for this. So people need to know this about our 4th of July. We agree that Whitney Houston's national anthem is the greatest version of the song ever sung. And it's become,
without question,
it's become a tradition to play it until not only the neighbors call the cops, but one of Whitney's relatives eventually call the cops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to get a restraining order.
They don't want to hear it anymore, but we've played it. I'm not making this up. We've played it, I'd say 300 times in a night.
Yes.
Would that be an exaggeration?
No.
300 Whitney
And
Houston.
every time it is played at our party, we make everyone stand up, remove their caps, and put their hand on their heart.
Yes, and we're not
I'm sorry,
making this
I thought
up.
this was America.
We're not making this up, and everyone is forced to sing. And I'm like, seriously sing. And what makes this funny is Whitney didn't sing. No. She lip-sang that national anthem. We sang. We sang more than Whitney did.
Yeah.
But that's our commitment to America.
I mean, frankly, we should be getting royalties on that version.
Thank you. But if we were, Paul Revere, it would have been the British are karaokeing. It wouldn't have been the British are coming. Our contribution is more of a musical
and
one.
we typically watch the fireworks at, Palisades High.
Yes.
Which they are rebuilding. They're in the process of rebuilding. We're hopeful next year.
Okay.
That the festivities will commence. It might not be next year, might be the year after. It will continue at some point. But we would walk over as a group with your speaker blasting music on the way to the 4th of July fireworks, and then we would all sing
and
Whitney
sing
Houston's
and dance and scream and yell.
anthem.
And the one nice thing about LA right now is if you still want to see fireworks, you can just show up in a police uniform and they'll shoot them at you. So they're going to be there.
So, Jimmy, what are some of the traditions on 4th of July on the barbecue that people need to follow? What have people been doing wrong that the Fallons have gotten right?
See, I actually see the 4th of July as a classic burger dog because it's a fast-moving holiday. You can put fancy accoutrements on top of that if you want to. Meaning, I don't see it as a day to spend 12 hours smoking a brisket. I think the 4th of July is a rip and read, churn and burn. You cracking beer early. Okay, if you're shooting off fireworks, daytime fireworks, Jumpin' Jacks firecrackers in a garbage can, that would be our tradition. But it would really be burger dog, maybe sausage on the grill. Okay, sides on the floor. If cornbread's involved, it's because you're going brisket, you're going pulled pork, you're doing.
You got to sop up something.
Fair, but in my house on Long Island, it's a house full of cops, so it's cheap canned beer, burger dog. Drumstick. A drumstick was a go-to in my day.
Nice.
And drumsticks are weird because they're a little gamey, a little tendony. It's not a good chew.
It's a feral meat,
but it looks good on a platter. And that's kind of what you're doing on the 4th of July. It's a very aesthetic holiday.
Yeah.
A lot of red, white, and blue. A lot of flags.
It's like a corpulent wing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So it's a big wing.
Yeah.
It's a plus-size wing.
But it's not like a Disneyland turkey leg, which I love.
Uh-huh.
Like, I would only go to Disneyland now for the turkey leg.
Well, I go to
Which
Disneyland.
sounds like a euphemism, and it's not.
I go to Disneyland for the people eating the turkey leg because they raise my self-esteem. You know, the people that are on the scooter and I love that.
I mean, you can share a turkey leg with 4 people and you'd all be stuffed, but there are the single leggers in the Wally scooters who, you know, their bones don't touch their joints anymore.
My question about the turkey leg is, how big are these turkeys? Has anyone ever seen one in person? Because that would be like a 12'5" turkey.
The turkeys are so fat, they're in scooters. That's how bad it is.
One quick note on that. My favorite thing about the fat people on the scooters in Disney is you can see the pedestrians who are going to be taking them next year. Because they keep watching them going by, but like, honey, and you can see those just absolute land whales making their way onto a ride called Small World. Yeah. The irony. And they're a year away from a
They
scooter.
had to widen the seats.
Yes. At Small World. Disney is circus fat. I talked to you about this when we first started going on tour. I said, you're going to love this.
We were in Tampa. That was the first time I heard the phrase circus fat.
Okay.
And even if you've never seen it, once you see it after you've heard that, you know exactly what it is.
Picture a man in an airport waiting area who's out of breath from reading. Okay? Circus fat. It's a larger gentleman who doesn't move well. And I love that. But that's, again, when you talk about American excess, you talk about the 4th of July, it is a go big or go home holiday.
If you're going to get circus fat, you have to start on the 4th of July. See, now, I'm going to disagree a little bit because we've been having a party for so long, like you have to have giant platters of food.
Yes.
And it's good when you have a giant foil tray filled with bacon lobster mac and cheese.
Ooh.
Just massive. Overflowing bechamel sauce, potato chips, ground and,
Gorgeous.
thrown in the oven, crisped up. When that's gone in 5 minutes and it's a massive, massive tray, that's success.
Oh, absolutely. But that's what you're doing on the West Coast, and that's like a higher
West Side.
That's a higher end barbecue. Like a specific, and that's what you should do. If you're having big company, you should wow them a little bit. I agree. But if we're talking about my family in a backyard, it's just fat cops.
You're getting the cheapest beer.
Whatever
was on sale
everything.
at Costco in May.
It's like if you own a rental property, you don't put nice stuff in it because they're going to rent it. If you're having over my family of Long Island mook cops, you're not doing anything fancy because they're going to wreck it anyway. They always do, and that's what we love about them.
Have you ever almost gotten arrested on 4th of July?
Arrested? Yes. And the charges should have been placed against my parents because back in the day, parents used to let you take bottle rockets, put it into a graphite lacrosse stick, and just shoot bottle rockets at your friends. That was the 80s.
That's how we grew up.
We literally shot bottle rockets.
We would get a bag of fireworks each and a big lighter, and my dad would go, have fun.
Yes.
My dad was a pyro. I didn't realize until well into adulthood that that's actually wrong.
Yes. M80s, birthday cakes,
Yes.
but we used to shoot
gave us
explosives.
M80s.
That's what I mean. That's why I think the country is going soft. It's like when you really think about the generational differences, just in not only how we played, how we traveled. So when I was flying back from Tulsa last week, they took a 4-ounce water out of my bag. I had a little bottle from the hotel can't have the water. But you know what I had on the plane the first time I flew? Fire. You could smoke on the plane. So we live in an era where you can't bring water on a plane. When we were growing up, you could bring fire.
Yeah.
We're going soft. So, yes, I don't know that we can openly endorse bringing back fireworks fights, but they definitely bred a tougher generation of Americans.
All right, well, Jim, have the best 4th of July.
Ever.
You and your family are my absolute favorites. It won't be the same this year, but it's just going to wind us up for next year and the year after and all the years where we're going to serve burgers, hot dogs, fancy, bougie lobster mac and cheese, and all the beer people can drink. Happy 4th, Jim.
USA.
US&A.
Boom.
Kennedy will be back with more.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt?
I owe the IRS $37,000.
Get ready for a toll-free hotline. Take advantage of new IRS tax forgiveness programs that may protect you from IRS collection agencies. They have the power to garnish your wages, put liens on your property, and levy your bank account. Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS.
Civic Tax Relief basically represented me against the IRS, and by the time everything was completed, I didn't owe the IRS anything.
Find out about the Fresh Start program that is now available through Civic Tax Relief. Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
I would recommend anyone who has a tax problem to contact Civic Tax Relief.
For free information, call 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908. Don't wait. Call now. 800-841-0908. That's 800-841-0908.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
If you've been thinking about surgery or even joint replacement, here's something to consider. Hi, it's Dave Ross. I've talked to over 100 patients of Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, and many of them have told me about life-changing results. Their words, after treatment at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. These are people with severe osteoarthritis, even bone-on-bone, and they're back to hiking, jogging, playing tennis, skiing, golfing, walking up and down stairs, playing with the kids and the grandkids, and they're doing it without pain and without surgery. Dr. Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, and because they're your own stem cells, they can help regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician. He has over 30 years of experience, and he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. And he's one of the few doing it the right way. So, listen to his patients, and remember, whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before you choose surgery, first see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Happy Independence Day from the Jason Rantz Show. I've got today off. Enjoy some special programming from Fox News on this 4th of July.
Welcome back to Langens in the heart of Midtown here in New York City. If you're ever on West 47th Street between 6th and 7th, stop by. Ask for Des and Terry and tell them you heard all about Langens on Kennedy Saves the World. And now here's a man who's saved many, many celebrities.
I know all about Langens.
Do you? Dr. Drew Pinsky.
How are you, Kennedy?
Board-certified addiction medicine specialist and also a doctor who will sell you prescription medication for your own home usage.
There you go.
So who was, when you have visibly treated celebrities.
Yes. Visibly?
Visibly, yes.
Visibly.
Not secretly.
Like in person.
Yeah, but not, I shouldn't say secretly.
You mean not in public?
Privately.
Not in public. Yeah.
Yes. Not people you privately treated, because I don't want to violate
I can't.
HIPAA law. No. I wouldn't ask you to do that. But publicly, the people that you have treated, who was the most challenging for you? That you put so much sweat equity into?
So I like the question, which is, I know you can't violate any HIPAA laws, but who was the most difficult patient? Tell me who.
Yeah. But I qualified it.
I have to wait for some of them to die.
Of the ones who have died.
No.
Jeff Conaway?
There are two that absolutely broke my heart. Who'd you say?
Jeff Conaway?
Conway's one. And the other is, you don't get an aging brain. It's the worst thing in the world.
Mike Starr?
No. Mike was also heartbreaking for me. All these people were killed by my peers.
Yeah.
They were all killed by doctors who said, why are you listening to these people that are trying to brainwash you? You need to stay on these pain meds the rest of your life. Get back on them. Dead in 2 weeks.
Awful.
Yeah, awful. Sizemore.
Tom Sizemore.
Sizemore was, when we had treated him before Celebrity Rehab, and whenever Bob and I got a hold of him, he just did really well. It's when he'd get away from us, things would kind of slip.
So tell me, what is that? Because I met him, I was on Politically,
He's a
corrected him.
fucking genius.
He was so smart.
Yep.
He was so charming.
Yep.
He was willing to challenge his own beliefs.
Oh, always.
But there's something about an addict who is brilliant and charming that they take their pain
everything.
And they have to squirrel away with it in a place that you can't see because they don't want to disappoint you.
So Tom did a lot of that. That's a good insight. That's very, very sharp, because it's hard to see that because he would hide it. But you're also pointing at something that is a feature of addiction, which is very interesting, which is that every weakness of the individual and every strength serves the illness. It's the craziest thing. So the key example, the sort of vivid example is as a parent. If you're a parent and you have great parenting instincts, your addict child will use those great parenting instincts to get the disease and as active as possible. And the same thing happens in their head. If they're smart, if they're compassionate, whatever it is, the disease uses it to maintain itself.
Wow. So Tom Sizemore
and Jeff Conway.
Yeah.
And Mike too. Mike, he called me. He was doing great. I mean, it was a miracle. He was sober for a year. We couldn't believe it. And all of a sudden he goes, I'm going to Utah. We're like, whenever an addict, again, the thinking is what screws them up. So he's all of a sudden, I'm going to Utah. We're like, Bob and I are like, I'm like, why? Because whenever an addict decides to do something that is sudden, you know it's somehow the disease is involved. I'm going to go live in sober living. I just have to get a band back together. They're all sober guys. We've all been sober a year, 2, 3. We live in sober living. We got meetings. We're going to be on the grounds of Cirque Lodge, he said. I was like, I couldn't stop him. He calls me after being there a couple months, and he goes, I'm having back pain. I said, Mike, gave him some suggestions, and I said, whatever you effing do not tell a doctor that you have back pain. Don't do it. Dead 2 weeks later with Soma and OxyContin on the bedside. Reminds me of Seymour and Philip Hoffman, too. I'm sure the same thing happened to him.
Yeah.
Something very similar.
No, because there's so many doctors who
they don't understand addiction at all.
But
even people that claim to be addiction specialists.
So, I went to an ENT when I was in high school because my tonsils were black.
What?
My tonsils were black. They were so, I had such horrible tonsillitis, and every doctor was like, you have to miss 50 days of school before we take your tonsils out. The ENT looked at me and was like, they have to come out now.
Yeah. I think you should just, black means dead, by the way.
It wasn't good.
Yeah.
They were gross.
So I think
kept them.
You ought to
kept
write
them in
out
a little plastic bag.
You ought to write out your medical history in detail. We just hand it to medical students as a textbook. Here's a medical textbook.
They wouldn't.
Just learn from this case. That's
no,
it.
They wouldn't.
It's all
none
here.
of it would make
it's
sense.
all there.
Yeah, but they would try and they would look and be like, I don't know.
You missed the psychiatric
stuff.
Though. You had no psychiatric illness.
My file went to the NIH, and they were like, "Yeah, I don't know." This is what they said: we don't have an explanation for this, and they would say, "I can't speak to this."
There is such a thing.
And then they said, "Keep doing what you're doing."
Yeah. There's a lot of that out there. You'd be surprised how much mystery illness there is that people don't get better from.
I don't know. And then in the end, I'm like, who cares? I'm going to eat protein, eat a lot of greens. I'm going to exercise. I'm going to meditate. I'm going to have a glass of champagne.
You're enjoying your life.
Because I want to celebrate life.
Your kids are great.
I want to have good experiences that make me happy.
Yes.
I want my children to be happy.
Yeah.
I want to work hard.
Do we have a college coming soon, or one's in college?
Yeah, one's in college.
And then one going soon?
She just finished her sophomore year.
Okay.
And then one is going to be a junior in high school next year. So I have a sophomore and a sophomore. Next year I'll have a junior and a junior.
It's a lot.
Why did you make that face?
Because the college thing was a lot. I had to get 3 in the same
but
year.
You have triplets.
Yeah.
I can't imagine having
wild.
3 college sophomores in 3 different schools at one time.
That was, other than the expense, which was insane, the babysitting aspect of it was wonderful. Yeah. They were all tucked away, had a great time, and so did we.
And you think that's the hard part. That's my favorite thing when people have new babies. It's like...
I know. How's our friend Kat doing? I'm going to go see her.
She's amazing. She's an incredible mom.
I know.
I love seeing her with her baby. Her baby is so cute.
I know, yes. And we're going to see him tonight.
She and her husband are doing it all by themselves. I have so much respect for them, and I love them. I love her more and more every day.
And she, her return in June was a all-catch return show.
Yeah.
And she said something as though it was something she said once, which was, Cam, will you change the diaper? He's like, yeah, you do it. Cam, I have cancer. I've heard her do that half a dozen times. so that was not a one-time thing. So
God bless her.
But why not? She's not wrong.
She's got such an incredible sense of humor. They both do.
Yeah.
And he's an incredible husband, an amazing partner, and a wonderful dad.
Yeah, I saw him. 2 things he has sent me pictures of. One was the kid in a full lacrosse gear with sunglasses on. It's a 4-month-old. And the other was doing sit-ups, getting ready for West Point.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, so
he's trying to convince my 16-year-old to go to West Point. She's like, I'm not going.
It'd be a cool thing. No cost, free, wonderful education. But his favorite phrase, I don't want to undermine anybody's sense of him as a good parent, because he's a good parent, but his favorite phrase to his little son is, don't be a pussy. So.
You have to know them to know how funny that is. And maybe we need that in our parenting. Dr. Drew, go forth and conquer.
Thank you.
Love to you and your family this 4th of July.
Thank you. Thank you for the mocktail, too. The ginger
All right.
beer.
This has been Kennedy Saves the World from Langens. Go have a beautiful 4th of July. And as always, freedom. I'm Kennedy.
This has been a Fox News audio special. To listen and follow all your favorite Fox News podcasts, go to foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you download your favorite podcasts.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now for this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. That's right, free. This free book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms that will help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And it's free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report summarizing the rates and benefits from financially strong insurers.
Call 800-715-9880.
That's right, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling today.
Call 800-715-9880. That's 800-715-9880.
Sponsored by Annuity General. Producers have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer. Increased income is possible using strategies suited to your goals and may require buying multiple annuities and holding them full term.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys. And I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Tired of sitting on your suitcase? 2 words. Packing cubes. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Now open and free through summer.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters. Tune in this weekend when we'll talk with local business owners about everything in and around your home. Join us on Saturdays from 2 to 3 right here on AM 770 KTTH or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
At Care Partners Senior Living, we believe in providing quality care at an affordable price. Instead of spending on luxury and expensive art, we invest in our people and accommodations with a focus on compassionate overall health. Our communities offer independent, assisted living and memory care designed to preserve dignity, independence, in your estate. Affordable, personal, trusted. That's our promise. Please give us a call. We have beautiful Care Partners communities throughout Washington and Arizona. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma, Seattle, K233BU Seattle, and K233DT Eastlake.
He called it a birthday present to America. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Trump talking about the House passage of his tax cut and spending bill at a rally in Des Moines, Iowa.
This bill cuts $1.5 trillion in spending. So wasteful spending is being cut by $1.5 trillion.
The president speaking at the Iowa State Fairgrounds, slamming Democrats for not supporting it. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffrey spoke on the House floor for nearly 9 hours this morning, warning what Democrats say are the dangers of the bill.
Medicare could be cut by more than $500 billion, and these earned benefits of the American people could be jeopardized.
Republicans say none of that is true. They claim they're focused on wasteful spending. The leader of Israel set to meet with President Trump at the White House Monday. Today, he traveled to a portion of Israel devastated during the October 7th attacks.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrives at the southern community of Nir Oz, along the Gaza border, where 25% of residents were killed or kidnapped on October 7th. There are reminders of the remaining 50 hostages in Hamas captivity, 20 of whom are believed to be alive. Earlier in the week, the Israeli leader vowed to destroy what he calls Hamas-Stan, despite calls to end the war.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv. The White House says there has been some movement in a peace deal between Israel and Hamas. Multiple sources tell Fox News the Saudi defense minister secretly visited the White House and met with President Trump and others to discuss de-escalation with Iran and getting to the negotiating table, ending the Gaza war and negotiating the release of the remaining hostages by Hamas and getting to a peace footing in the Middle East. America is listening to Fox News.
An official message from Medicare.
I turned 65 this year. I knew it was time to figure out Medicare, and I had questions, like when to enroll and how to enroll. So I went straight to the official source, Medicare.gov, to get the facts about Medicare. I found answers to all my questions, and I'm ready to get started. And so can you. Just go to Medicare.gov to get the real facts about Medicare.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Jannard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hey, this is Will Kane. Let's talk about Madison Trust because it's time to take the training wheels off your IRA. What if you could invest your IRA in assets that you're passionate about, like real estate, private loans, precious metals, and more? With a Madison Trust IRA, a self-directed IRA, you are in control. Madison Trust gives you the tools to invest in what you believe in on your terms. Go to MadisonTrust.com. That's MadisonTrust.com and take charge today. Madison Trust, your trusted partner in financial freedom. Results may vary. Consult with a financial professional. Happy 4th of July. We're the bad guys. The international community should consider placing sanctions on the United States of America. So says a law professor and contributor to MSNBC. So as I said, happy 4th of July with the host of Tommy Lahren is Fearless.